And we're live! Wow. Let's go. I am both of my swords, sealed with my body and fire in my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. I have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Isn't this the fate route? Also, isn't that a nuclear explosion in the background? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, that's the sun. There we go. When I came to, I was lying in a burning field. It must have been a big fire. The familiar town was an unrecognizable smoking ruin. It looked like a scene from a war movie. The sight didn't last long, though. As morning dawned, the fires gradually died down. The towering walls of flames shrunk to embers, and most of the buildings looked to have collapsed. It felt so strange being the only unchanged thing in the town. I was the only one left alive. I was either fortunate, or the house I had been inside was built on the luckiest ground of all time. Either way, I was the only one alive. Since I survived, I felt I needed to keep on living. I walked aimlessly, thinking it would be dangerous to remain where I was. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid becoming what happened to everyone around me, those scorched, blackened masses. It wasn't a feeling of disgust. Some other emotion was driving me on. At the same time, I had no hope. Also, let me make sure because I have to... Okay, it's showing it's working. Got it. Same time, I had no hope. It was a miracle that I was alive at all, and I didn't think I was going to last much longer. There was just no way in hell I was going to survive. There was simply no way I could ever escape this crimson hellscape, no matter what I did. This was how desperate, how hellish this place was, even through the eyes of a young boy. And then I collapsed. Either there was no air around me or I simply couldn't breathe anymore. And I collapsed. All I could do was look up at the slowly clouding sky. Scorched black masses around me lay motionless. A dark cloud covered the sky, promising rain. Good, the rain will put out the fires. I took one final deep breath and looked up at the rain clouds. I couldn't breathe, but I still felt pain. As I said that out loud, on behalf of all those people who couldn't say those words themselves. That was 10 years ago. Miraculously, in the midst of all that, I was saved. My physical body survived. Everything else was scorched, or reduced to ash. When a young child loses their parents or their home, there's really nothing left of them. And so everything other in my body perished. But simply as possible, in exchange for my body living, my heart died. I'm dreaming. I squinted, seeing a bright white light. It was blinding. Light stabbed in my eyes when I woke. I doubt I really knew what sensation of blinding light was in the first place. Huh? What? As my eyes adjusted, I woke alarmed. I wasn't laying in a bed I didn't recognize. In a room that I didn't recognize. I was honestly stunned, but the cleanliness of the white room made me feel at ease. Where am I? I looked blankly at my surroundings. The room was spacious and beds lined in it in even rows. All the beds were full and it looked like each bed's occupant was injured. But the room didn't feel depressing at all. Everyone injured survived. I let my eyes wander. I looked out the window. The clear blue sky was so incredibly beautiful. A few days passed and I was finally able to take in the situation. I had no problem remembering what happened the days before. But I wasn't much different from a newborn during this time. Strange as it is, that was closer to the truth than might seem possible. The fire was just that bad. When I was rescued from the fire, I awoke in a hospital, my parents were gone, and my entire body was wrapped in bandages. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I didn't know that I was alone. Didn't take long for me to accept my circumstances. Maybe I had no choice, really. All the other children were in that same boat. And then later, Nor that I, naive as I was, started to worry about what would become of me, he walked in. He appeared that day my bandages came off and I started eating on my own. His hair was disheveled, his suit tattered. He looked a bit younger than my doctor. He looks more like someone's older brother than someone's father. Hello, you must be Shiro. His beaming smile seemed to blend into the pouring white sunlight. His voice was somehow irritatingly fake, yet extremely gentle. I'll come right... Oh, okay. I'll come right to it. Would you rather go to an orphanage or go home with a man you just met? He was offering to take me in. I asked if we were related. He said we were complete strangers. He looked like an unremarkable, unreliable guy. But then again, he was no more or less familiar than the orphanage. So I decided I'd go with him. Oh good. Then let's pack up quickly. It'd be best if you got used to your new home as soon as possible. He started gathering my things hastily. Even as young as I was, I could see that he wasn't any good at it. After he made a mess packing. I forgot to mention one important thing. Before you come with me, there's one thing you need to know. He turned, asking for confirmation. He asked so casually, as if asking me if there was somewhere I wanted to go. Yep. Yep, let me be direct with you. I'm a magician. He said it in a serious, almost ceremonious manner. That happened so fast. Now that I think back, I was also immature. I just accepted his word as fact. I took it as neither a joke nor a genuine statement. Really, that's so cool, Pops. I guess I said something like that, eyes wide in astonishment. And now I was his child. Actually, I don't remember how that conversation went. Every now and then, my old man would bring it up. He would recount that scene over and over, acting all embarrassed. That scene might have been the happiest day of my old man, a man named Kiritsugu Amiya's life. You could say that was the one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid that he was a magician. It was one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid that he was a magician, but I was no better. In a way, I so eagerly bought into it. And now it's how my old man adopted me, and how I took the last name Emiya. Shiro Emiya. When I said that name out loud, I felt really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. It's from my childhood. It's probably about 8 years ago, since about the time when I asked my old man into making me his apprentice. Kiritsugu had started going away on a regular basis once I was old enough to stay home by myself. He'd always give me some childish, unbelievable explanation like, I'm gonna go on an adventure around the world, and then he'd actually do it. From then on, that's how it always was. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a month, and at times he didn't come home for half a year. The Emiya Mansion was an expensive Japanese samurai-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. It felt too big and empty for a child like me, and at times I felt lost. But I liked my life here. Whenever Kiritsugu came home from his trips, he would brag and tell stories like an excited child. And another child, one who shared his last name, always looked forward to those stories. I may have been alone in the mansion, but Kiritsugu's stories always helped lessen that. He was always pursuing a dream like a boy. I was weary of his whims, and yet at the same time he always looked radiant to me. Maybe that's why I hope to be like him one day. Well, as child as I might have been, I realized I needed to get my act together since I had an old man with his head constantly in the clouds. Oh, we're back to January 31st. I hear a sound. The heavy rusted hinges on the door creak as it's being pushed open. Light pours in through the crack in the door. My mind tries to shake off the slumber. Senpai, are you awake? I hear footsteps drawing near, and I feel the winter air flowing in. Morning, Sakura. Yes, good morning to you too, Senpai. Wait, what's the bad called again? Okay. Senpai, it's morning. It's still early, but Miss Fujimura will be mad if she finds you sleeping here. Oh, yeah, thanks for waking me up as always. Does Shiro not have a voice in this game? It's no problem at all. You're always up early in the morning. I don't often get to wake you up like this. I'm not sure why, but Sakura looks more cheerful than usual. I don't know about that. You make me wake up more often than you think. Let me actually see. Then again, Fujine is brutal when she's the one waking me up, so I prefer you do it. Yeah, I've learned my lesson. I'll try not to sleep in here next time. My answer, still half asleep. My head's still not right, so even I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, but personally, I prefer you not to try too hard. Sakura is giggling. Crap, I must still be so sleepy that I've said something weird. Give me a minute to wake up. The cold winter air helps at times like this. The chill sets my lethargic mind awake. And in front of me stands my junior at school, Sakura Mato. I'm in my house's storehouse, and it's just about 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I'm awake now. Sorry, Sakura, I did it again. I need to help you with breakfast. Don't worry about that. You were up again late last night, weren't you? Then you should take your time this morning. I'll fix breakfast. Sakura is practically bouncing with excitement. That's odd. Sakura is really energetic this morning. No, I'm getting up, honest. So let's head to the kitchen together. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go, Sakura. Huh? What? Is something wrong? No, not exactly, but I believe you should shave before you head back inside the house. Oh. I finally look at myself. I fell asleep working last night, so I'm still wearing my coveralls. Coveralls where I wear while I'm working are usually dirty. Who knows what Fujine would say or do if I went into the house as is. Ugh, okay. Guess I'm not quite awake yet. I must be more out of it than as usual. You might be... Oh. You might be right, which is why you should leave breakfast to me. And you should take it easy, Senpai. Besides, Miss Fujimura will be really angry if she saw the mess here. Yeah, then I'll get changed, so you go on ahead. Okay, I'll be waiting, Senpai. Sakura quickly walks out. Okay then, I'll change into my school uniform first. Then I need to collect all the parts I left scattered around. A storehouse is in the corner of the backyard, and all sorts of junk is crammed in here. So I've always liked to tinker with gadgets, so the place is a treasure trove to me. The old man forbade me to go into the storehouse, but I ignored his warnings and stuck inside almost every day. Now it's sort of a base for me. I guess you could call this place my real room. The massive enemy house never felt homey to me, but I've always felt at ease in here, surrounded by all this junk. Besides, it's wasteful. It may be junk, but a lot of it still works. Majority of the things in the storehouse are everyday things, mostly unusable. I'm not sure whether I brought it all in because I liked it in here, or whether I liked this place because it was full of junk. Anyway, I snuck into the storehouse almost daily and made it a sort of hobby into fixing broken things. I'm not the type who gets attached to things. I just don't feel right to neglect things that are still usable, or maybe it would be better to say that the idea of doing that just bothered me. Which is why I stayed up all night trying to fix a broken stove. Guess I'll be done tomorrow. Falling asleep midway is proof I'm not concentrating. I tried to shake off my self-disgust at that. I gathered parts for the stove and put them back on the shelf of things waiting to get fixed. There's no more room though. Once I fix the stove, an old VCR is up next. both of which were destroyed by Fuji Day. We can set that aside for now. Okay then. I changed into my school uniform. Since the storehouse is like my own room, I have all the essentials, including a change of clothes in here. The rest are things like haphazardly drawn blueprints scattered all over the place and literal junk from my failed attempts at fixing various things. Also, there's some sort of pattern carved into the storehouse floor, perhaps used as some sort of altar in the past. Okay, I gotta work hard again today. I clapped my hands in prayer at the storehouse and turned towards the mansion. I walked into the storehouse in the mansion. This Emiya residence is a Japanese samurai-style house located in the outskirts of town. My old man wasn't from a notable family, yet for some reason he owned this giant house. That in itself was a mystery. It also seems like he didn't have any relatives here in Japan. So when my old man died, there was no one else to inherit this mansion, so it came to me as his adopted son. Though to be honest, I don't really have any administrative abilities. So things like my inheritance, property taxes, and any other complicated things are handled by Old Man Fujimura. Old Man Fujimura is a major businessman who lives nearby. Hiratsuka described Old Man Fujimura as an old man who's like a Yakuza boss. Obviously, that was his own biased view. Well, in fact, Old Man Fujimura is not like a Yakuza boss, he is a Yakuza boss. That may be a problem in itself, but I try not to dwell on it. Anyway, that's why I live in this giant mansion on my own. It's been 5 years since my old man died. Time sure does fly. I said, thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I trained every day to become like Hiratsuka, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising, since I don't have what it takes from the start. But the fact that I haven't improved at all in these past 5 years forces me to reassess things. If I had to sum up my current situation, I'd say it's set the bar too high. I haven't even reached the starting line. No rushing won't do me any good. For now, I just have to do what I can. Okay then. What I need to do now is... go help Sakura. Right, I need to help Sakura. Making someone younger than me do all the work would be embarrassing, and I feel bad for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. But I'm too late. Breakfast looks to be done already. The appetizing sound of breakfast Sakura cooked wafts toward me from the kitchen. Sakura finished cooking, and she's searching the cupboard for dishes. Sorry, I can at least serve everything, so go and sit down. Yeah? Oh, you're already here, senpai. I wasn't exactly quick. It's already 10 past 6, and that's when we're usually eating breakfast, so yeah, I overslept. I don't believe that's true. You're not in any school club, so it's still early. Must have nothing to do with it, and if they do, you coming by in the mornings must be a lot of trouble since you do have morning practice. Oh, well, I wanted to do this, so please don't worry about me. Yeah, you keep saying that, which is why I wake up early, club or no. If you're coming by, it'd be rude to still be asleep. To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here. And oversleeping means I make Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. So this arrangement started only about 1.5 years ago. You sit, Sakura. The food just needs to be plated and set on the table, so at least let me do that. I sit next to Sakura and pull out the dishes. Sakura has a surprisingly stubborn side, so she won't rest unless I really push. Then let me help. I'll plate the food, so please take out the rice bowl, senpai. No, I'm saying I'll do it all by myself. No, you shouldn't. You're the head of this house, so at least you can do in the morning is sit and act all important. Act all important? I wouldn't be much of the head of the house if I made you do all the work while I sit back, now would I? Now come on, go sit in the sitting room, Sakura. Well, by all means, please be that kind of head of house. I'm also doing this to pay you back for all the delicious meals you let me eat, so I'd like for you to relax. Hey, we split the cost of groceries, so you shouldn't worry about that. In fact, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Ever since you started coming by, I've been eating a lot better. I knew it. You don't get it, do you, Senpai? That's why your meals here are good. That's not why your meals here are good. Huh? What do you mean? No, never mind. No, never mind, but please feel responsible because I can't enjoy a meal anywhere else now. What? That's a weird thing to say. What if Fujina heard that? She doesn't get sarcastic jokes. You're right, it wouldn't be great if Fujimura heard that. Right, so don't say stuff like that. No, I won't. I won't say things like that, so I can help you, right, Senpai? Sakura looks me in the eyes so naturally and calmly. Fine, do what you want. If you want to so badly, I'll have you do everything. Yes, I will do as I please. Honestly, you don't listen to anything I tell you anymore, Sakura. That's true. Maybe I'm becoming more like Miss Fujimura. She responds softly as she reaches towards the cupboard. Her dark hair gently falls over her shoulder and the curves of her body catch my eye. I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura's been looking a lot more feminine lately. Her casual movements or her profile are so pretty, and I inadvertently avert my eyes. Senpai, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's younger sister? Sakura's just really good and just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine, and she's someone I need to look after. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly. Though initially we weren't very close, she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt, and things kind of stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better. I guess something or another happened, and somehow she ended up helping out with household chores. Either way, Sakura's a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting lately. Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. I'm sure being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm unfazed, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether it's problematic as a senpai. At least I ain't trying to strike a chord. Breakfast is lined up neatly on the table. At least not yet. A perfectly balanced meal of chicken with parsley salads, grilled salmon, blanched spinach, miso soup, and with ration carrots, grated yam soup. Sakura and I sit down and bow and begin our meal in silence. A gentle tapping of chopsticks is the only sound in the room. Sakura isn't typically talkative, and I hardly have anything to chat about during meals, so we eat in silence. Normally it's much rowdier than this, but the person who usually causes a commotion must have watched a spy movie or something last night. But she's eyeing the two of us through a newspaper she's propped up in front of her food. Miss Fujimura, it may not be wise to read while you eat. Sakura remarks diffidently, but Fujina ignores her. Fujina's acting weird, but her being weird at breakfast isn't really all that weird for her. Sakura is used to it too, and she's eating as if nothing's the matter. Okay, now that's slander. I'm no goddamn Christian. Anyway, Sakura typically cooks up Western dishes. She only began learning to cook Japanese dishes since she started coming here to help me out. Sakura learned to cook simple Japanese dishes, at least for breakfast, because Fujina and I prefer them. Now, Sakura's cooking skills have improved to the point she's better than me, and I'm the one who is teaching her. Her miso soup is flavorful and refined now, and she's even got to the point where she could grate yams to make yam soup. Actually, I think today's the first time she's ever served yam soup. Sorry, Sakura, can you pass the soy sauce? Here. Oh dear, Senpai, you ran out of the soy sauce we usually use. Then can I use Fujines? Then I can use Fujines. Pass it over. Miss Fujimura, do you mind? Fujina nods. The newspaper shuffles. Here you go, you're gonna use it for your yam soup? Yeah, everyone puts soy sauce on grated yams. A line of soy sauce streams from the bottle onto the grated white mound. I stir the mixture up, pour it over my rice, and take a bite. The stickiness of the grated yam combined with the intense flavor of the soy sauce. Ah, what the? This isn't soy sauce, it's oyster sauce. Oysters. Fujine tosses her newspaper onto the table with an enthusiastic flick of her wrist. What do you think about little stunts switching to oyster sauce and soy sauce labels first thing in the morning? The not so mysterious spice punches the air in victory. Who pulls a stunt like that first thing in the morning? Miranda turned 25 this year, but you're still the same childish Fujine I've always known. That'll teach you a lesson after yesterday. You and everyone else who ganged up on me deserve divine justice. People can't enact divine justice. I knew you were weirdly quiet. I can't believe you've been planning this since yesterday. You have entirely too much free time on your hands. That's right, and because of that, I need to get to work on grading tests. So I need to skedaddle, or else I'm in real trouble. Fujine sits back down and shovels her breakfast into her mouth. Nice on the meal. Breakfast was great as usual, Sakura. Oh, it's my pleasure. And now I'm heading off. You two will be in trouble if you're late for school. And off she goes, stomping out in a rush. There's something terribly wrong with a world that allows someone like her to be a teacher. Sorry that Fujine hardly savored the breakfast you took so much work into making. No, it's not that. What did you do to Miss Fujimura yesterday? Usually when it goes so far as to mess with someone's meal. Well, yesterday I called her by her nickname. More of a chat, added a minute. Well, I guess there's no avoiding getting her angry again. And you didn't apologize? Sorry, I forgot, but only because that kind of stuff happens all the time. Still not good. Still not good. You know how much Miss Fujimura hates being called by her nickname? You made her cry again, didn't you? Not only did I make her cry, she also ran away like a scared rabbit. And thanks to that incident, yesterday's English class ended up being a study hall. In fact, everyone in class worked together to make an award for me from their notebook paper because of that. I threw it away, obviously. Oh my, it sounds like you brought it down on yourself then, Senpai. Fujine is like an older sister to Sakura, so she's typically on Fujine's side. She's fine on its own, but I wish she would consider the fact that I have to deal with Fujine all day long. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of my old man, and she spoke by... Could you all shut the fuck up and not show off how small of a dick you have at fucking midnight? The jackass is outside this house. Fujine was originally the place of my old man, and she swung by the house pretty frequently since I was adopted. She kept on coming over even after my old man died, and now she acts like a freeloader, eating breakfast and dinner every day. Actually, it might have been thanks to Fujine that I was able to make it on my own after my old man died. And now, it is me, Fujine, and Sakura who are residents of this Emiya house. At the same time, I'm the only one that knows my old man was a mage. They say mages have to keep that part of their lives secret. Which is why I've also been hiding from others that I'm learning magecraft after I became my old man's apprentice. Learning may be a bit of a stretch, since really I can barely use magecraft properly. Oh, ad breaks on. What the hell is this heart mechanic? At any rate. So it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hide magecraft or not, but since I was my old man's dying wish, I've been training in secret. I finished breakfast to get ready for school. I put away the dishes with Sakura as I listened to the news on the TV in the background. Sakura's looking blankly at the TV. A flashy caption reading, gas leaks continue pops up on the screen. There seems to have been a big accident in the neighboring city of Shinto. It happened in a building in the district. Apparently everyone on one of its floors lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Authorities have been calling it an accident resulting from the gas leaks, but for some reason these incidents have been happening often. Are you worried about the incident, Sakura? Well, not really. I was just thinking that this happened in Shinto, which is very close to us. Senpai, your part-time job is in Shinto, right? Yeah, but the shop's not that big. I don't think an accident like that would happen there. I can't entirely ignore the idea either. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and it especially pains me to think that hundreds of people have fallen victim. Some say that these accidents are happening because of faulty construction work during the rapid development projects in Shinto. Either way, I hope there won't be any more victims. It's a disturbing story. We need to be careful too. Oh my lord. Well, don't worry about that, Senpai. I made sure to check that the gas was turned off properly. Twice. Sakura proudly proclaims. No, that's not my point. Yep, I've always known Sakura to be a little off, too. Senpai, did you lock the back door? I bolted it. Is that a problem? No, then I'll lock all the doors. What time are you planning to be home today, Senpai? I think I'll be home a little late. What about you, Sakura? I should be back at the usual time. I think I'll be back before you, so I'll make preparations for dinner. Yeah, that'll be great. I'll try to come home as soon as possible, too. The gate is locked tight. Sakura and Fujine both have keys to the house, and the rule is that whoever leaves last is in charge of locking everything up. Let's go. You'll be late for morning practice if you don't hurry. Okay, let's hurry then, Senpai. Sakura and I walk into town. We walk downhill along a long wall to reach a more populated residential area. The Emiya house is located on top of a hill, away from the center of town. Heading down the hill leads us to the residential area. Going further down, we reach the intersection at the center of town. Several roads lead out from the center of town. There's a large bridge that connects to the neighboring town. A hill that leads to Ryudo Temple. A residential area located opposite of my house. A shopping district that both Sakura and I often go to. And finally, there's a path that leads to our school. We head straight to school without taking any detours. It's barely 7 o'clock, so there's hardly anyone around. Students making their way to the morning club activities are the only ones to be found along our route. See you later. Good luck at practice. I see Sakura off at the school gate as usual. Sakura's in the Kyoto Club, this is usually where we split off. And yet, Sakura doesn't budge this morning. Sakura, are you not feeling well or something? No, it's not that. Senpai, maybe it's time you come visit the dojo? Well, I don't really have any business at the dojo. Besides, Issa asked me to do something, so I need to go to the student council room. I suppose you're right. Sorry for bringing it up. Sakura quickly bows her head. I'll be going then. Please look forward to dinner tonight. Sakura runs towards the dojo, seeming also apologetic. What was that? I wonder what that was all about. Issei, are you in? I'm here. You're a little late this morning, Emiya. Issei glances up from his desk, looking like he's been studying some papers. Is it just you, Issei? Where are the rest? They should all be at school by now. Well, unfortunately, the rest of the members are all very on the clock. They all have their set work hours, and they don't want to come in early or stay late. So that's why the student council president is doing busy work by himself. Guess you've got your own problems to deal with. Well, I live for these sorts of problems. I don't need your sympathy, Emiya. What are you talking about? I'm not sympathizing with you.
Well,
it's too bad. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. After all, the fact of the matter is that you still care. Issei, who has gathered his papers into a single sheaf and tapping the edge against the table to square them neatly, is the big boss of the student council. We've been working to reform the student council, which has grown quite lax. He's been a friend of mine since our first year in school. His full name is Issei Ryudo. Despite his old-fashioned sounding name, he has elegant facial features and he's popular with the girls. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he would have the leg up over everyone else, but that's not exactly the case. Nothing beats that scalding hot cup of coffee in the morning. It's taking stuff like that as he sips tea that prevents him from quite sticking the landing. As evidence, Issei is quite plain. He's prone to be misunderstood, yet he neither dabbles in relationships, nor does he does what typical students do for fun. He's the heir of the Ryudo Temple, which sits atop a mountain. He himself understands that he will inherit the temple, and there's a strong possibility that he'll shave his head without so much as a complaint as soon as he graduates from school. So, what do you want me to do today? Well, I'd like you to sit down and relax, but we don't have time. In fact, I'll explain as we go, so grab your tools and follow me. God, my throat. His voice sounds familiar. I want to look it up real quick. I could have sworn I thought. This book does sound familiar, though. Let me get right to the point. Our school spending habits are quite extreme. I know the athletic clubs are favored, and there's not much money to go around in other places. Exactly. As a result, the culture clubs get the short end of the stick. I've been trying my best to establish a better budget for the arts, but the money trail has been pretty muddy, which is making my life harder, so the arts are suffering. The lack of heaters during the winter is especially concerning, and I have no solution for that. I see. Hey, hand me the flathead screwdriver, the biggest one. Oh, and give me some conductors too. Yeah, this one looks salvageable. Conductors, these? I don't really know my way around tools. You can get mad if I'm wrong. That's fine, you got it right. So what about the lack of heaters? Is there anything else that's broken? Yes, the heating system in the second audio-visual room and the art club room might be on its last leg. Orders requesting to purchase new ones are piling up in a minute. And you're saying there's no room in the budget. Well, this one's just corroded. Good thing the inside's still intact. Oh, is that one salvageable, Emiya? Yeah, I can fix it. It's a good thing old machines are easy to figure out. The wires just burn out, so as long as those get replaced, this should last until the end of the year. Is that so? Way to go, Emiya. I'm glad so you're reliable and helpful. You say some weird stuff, they say. Oh hey, I'm almost done, so you go ahead and step out. Got it, I won't get in your way. Issei quietly steps out of the classroom. You might be thinking I'm going to start on some sensitive work. Well, I guess you could call it sensitive work. I put my hand to the old electric stove. No matter how long someone's been fixing things, they usually can't figure out what's wrong by sight. So the fact that I can means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I close my eyes and look inside the stove by touch. And then suddenly, a single image pops into my head. There are two places where the wire is about to break. The electrical pipes should last a bit longer. Power cord should be fine with just some insulation tape. Good, I should be able to fix it with the tools I brought along. If the electrical pipes were broken, it wouldn't be fixable by an amateur. Had that been the case, a certain strengthening would have to be done, which no amateur can manage, but I should be able to fix this one by sight. This is the magecraft Hirtsuga taught me. Okay, let's begin. I take off the cover to begin my repairs. I already know where it's broken, so the rest of the work is easy. That's the one good thing I'm good at. That's right, I have absolutely no talent in magecraft. But for some reason, I have a knack for visualizing the structure of things or blueprints, like I just said now. My old man once saw me imagine and recreate a blueprint. He looked surprised and muttered, "What a useless talent." My special talent appears to be pointless. According to my old man, the fact that I can visualize object structures isn't really helpful. A mage normally wouldn't need to survey an object's entire structure like I do. Since the mage's struggle is to instantly seek out an object center, or its core, and transform it as quickly as possible. That's why reading blueprints is a waste of time, and even that only helps seek out areas for magical energy to pass through. And so fixing broken stuff is one of the only things I'm good at. After all, I'm gonna have to open this entire thing up to find the problem. If I can find the problem quickly, I can fix most things as long as I have the know-how to repair it. So, I only do that when things an amateur can reasonably be expected to fix. Okay, done. What's next? I put away the conductors, pick up the screwdriver and wrench, and head out to the hallway. Issei, repairs are done. Oh hey, a female student is standing next to Issei in the hallway. I'm a little surprised. The girl talking to Issei is Rin Tosaka, second year from Class A. She lives in a giant Western-style mansion up on a big hill, and she's an extraordinary honor student. She's pretty smart, athletic, no flaws at all. She's intelligent and polite, and she never brags about looks. She's truly an ideal girl to guys, apparently. Which is why the male students treat her like an idol. But Tosaka is just too good, and she's become unattainable. All the guys all say the only people who can talk to Tosaka are Issei and the teachers. Well, okay, I'm also a guy. I am including myself in the list of admirers. Tosaka is looking at us, annoyed. I'm guessing rumors are true that Issei and Tosaka don't get along. Oh, sorry, I was the one who asked you for a favor and made you do all that work. Forgive me. Whoa. Issei's pretty gutsy, talking to me and completely ignoring Tosaka like that. Don't worry about it. So what's next? There's not much time. Yeah, next is the AV room. I heard about its last night for a while, but apparently it's finally given out. If it's dead, I won't be able to fix it. It might be better to buy a new one. That might be true, but I'd appreciate if you take a look at it anyway. I might think it's dead, but it might just be playing dead to you. If you think so, then let me take a look. There's only about 30 minutes until homeroom starts. I need to hurry and fix it or I'll run out of time. I head to the AV room. I realized completely ignoring Tosaka would be rude. I turned to face her. She's been standing there the whole time. You're here early, Tosaka. I blur out the first thing that comes to mind and then follow Issei. You made it just in time. Sorry for all the trouble, Emiya. I'm a bad friend for asking a favor from you and making you late for class. Don't sweat it. It wouldn't be a problem if I'm late, where it might be an issue if you were late. That's true, but I'm glad we made it. Issei exhales a sigh of relief and heads to his desk. It's exactly 8 o'clock. 5 minutes after the bell for homeroom rings, Fujine will enter the classroom. My breathing is labored since I ran from the AV room. I take a deep breath before I take my seat. Talk about a yapper. What's up all the commotion so early in the morning, Emiya? Didn't realize he became Ryudo's whipping boy after you quit our job. Not that I care, but since you have no principles of your own, don't do anything to ruin our rep. Standing in front of my desk is Shinji Mato. He's been a friend of mine since middle school. His last name is Mato, and he's Sakura's older brother. He's 1 year older than her. Yo, things at the Kyoto Club going well, Shinji? Of course, there's no point in telling an outsider like you, but the club's nice and peaceful now there's one less member trying to hog all the attention. We're definitely going to make waves at the next tournament. Is that so? I guess Mitsuzuri's working real hard. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I'm the only reason the Kyoto Club is setting records. You've been an outsider for a long time, so stop acting like you know it all, or you're gonna embarrass yourself. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Besides, I'm not involved in the club, so I wouldn't really concern myself with it much. Put my bag on my desk and pull the chair back. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying my Kyoto Club's boring to you? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm not involved at all. I'm not part of the club anymore, so it's not right for me to just drop into the dojo. But if there's anything you need, just let me know. I'll help you wherever I need it. Just remember, I remember you weren't good at fixing and stringing bows.
So, thank you. 何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。
Yeah, thanks. I'll give you a call just any or ever chores to be done.
そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
Though I doubt that'll ever happen. Well, that's good. A captain who leaves busy work fine wouldn't be much of a captain. Just try not to trouble Miss Fujimura. She's terrifying if she gets mad.
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから、道場に近づくなよ。
Mind your own business. But remember, you're not a member of the club anymore, so don't go near the dojo. And just like that, Shinji heads off to his seat. All self-important bluster, just as ever. Huh, he does seem moodier than usual.
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいて、よくもあんな口が聞ける。
Unbelievable. How can he talk to you like that? He was the one who kicked you out. Oh, I say, were you there the whole time?
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
He's got a little blush on. What do you mean? How can you be so cold to me when I was listening attentively to the conversation out of concern for my friend? Huh? What does concern have to do with it? I haven't done anything worth worrying about.
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば、皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
Of course I'm concerned. You have a short fuse. Now granted, if you punched Shinji, that would have gotten you some applause, but it probably wouldn't make the girls happy. It wouldn't be right for me to put my friend in such an unpleasant position. I get it. Yeah, good point. Thanks, Issei. I don't think that would ever happen, but I appreciate the concern.
わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに、マトウには寛大なんだな。
Good, as long as you understand. But I was surprised. You usually get mad at the drop of the hat, but you're pretty tolerant of Mato. Yeah, but Shinji's been like that for as long as I've known him. You get used to it.
そんなものか。
Guess that's how it is. It is. Now come on, go back to your desk if you're satisfied. It's almost time for Miss Fujimura to dash in.
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
More like floated. The bell to start homeroom rings. Normally, the homeroom teacher comes into the classroom 5 minutes before homeroom starts, but our teacher isn't what you call typical. Homeroom for class 2C typically starts 1 minute after the starting bell. In other words, I'm late. Homeroom starts with the sounds of Fujine's shouts and hurried footsteps. Okay, made it. Good morning, every. Fujine tumbles, and I hear some kind of unnatural sound. Contrary to the hectic sound of a few seconds earlier, the classroom is now dead silent. The mood shifts sharply. It's no wonder Fujine is called the human roller coaster. But honestly, the way she fell didn't seem like a laughing matter. Fujine hit her head against the podium, and she's still lying on the floor. Seeing her lying there, face down and unmoving, has everyone imagining the worst. Hey, someone up front, wake her up! No, I don't want to. She'll probably, like, bite me or something if I get too close. She's not a mimic. She's not a mimic. Miss Fujimura wouldn't do that. But why don't you wake her up then? Pass, I hate shit like this. I don't like it either. You were gonna make a girl do it? The boys should step up and take control. The students in the front row start to get rowdy. Those of us sitting in the middle rows can't even see what's going on. So we all stand up and get a look. Hey, she's not moving. Did she faint? Someone brings up the obvious. But the problem is, how do we get Fujine to the infirmary? We're all like comrades in arms after our time dealing with Fujine. Probably nobody's thrilled by the idea of taking the teachers to the infirmary. Miss Fujimaro, are you okay? A brave girl approaches. Fujine isn't moving. Class grows more concerned.
まずいって今の滅び方。こう頭から直角に教団に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。
That didn't look good. Her head literally slammed into the corner of the podium. If that didn't hurt her, she really is invincible.
いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。
Maybe we can recruit her for the baseball team?
やめろよなそういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
That's more like a threat. The moment the Tiger becomes head of the baseball team, we're all bound for the big Koishin tournament.
藤村先生ダメなんか反応ないよ。
Miss Fujimura, it's no use, she's not responding.
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。
Hey, you're right next to her, wake her up.
やだよ俺。もし死んでたら殺されかねねえ。
What? I don't want to. She's dead, I'm good as dead too.
もうだからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
But things could get worse if we just leave her.
でも誰も近づきたくないと。
But nobody wants to get near her.
仕方ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
Fine, then we have no choice but to go for last resort.
あれだね。
Yeah, that. Everyone's on the same page. Except Shinji and I. We keep quiet because the two of us dared not to be part be a part of what's about to happen.
せーの。
Ready? Wake up, Tiger! It comes out as a whisper, even with so many students speaking in unison. The word tiger is especially inaudible. And yet... Twitch. Fujine's previously motionless body reacts.
動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。
Whoa, she moved. This might be working, everyone.
よし続けろ。学校ロートンの刑じゃ。
Keep going, it's the punishment of the tiger. Everyone must be on edge since the midterm tests are approaching. It's a terrible idea on their part, but some students start to wave their arms and chant Fujine's nickname.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
Wake up, Tiger! It's morning!
先生起きないとタイガーです。
You need to Tiger up!
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガ
Don't give in, Tiger! Stand up, Tiger!
よし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
Come on, wake up! Time to wake up the sleeping Tiger! 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 Don't call me Tiger! I thought for half a second that the angry mark on her hand was a command seal just out in the open. Like a sudden bolt of lightning striking. Fujine stands valiantly, as if the fall hardly scratched her.
あれみんな何してるの？ダメよホームルーム中に席を立っちゃ。ほらほら始めるから座りなさい。
Huh? What are y'all doing? You should get out of your seats during homeroom. Go on. Get back to your seats and we'll begin. Fujine, back to her normal self, stands at the podium. It appears she recalled nothing between the time she jumped into the classroom and the time she woke up.
ー。おい。タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。
Hey, Taga doesn't remember anything.
ラッキー。朝からついてるな俺たち。
Sweet, we're lucky this
い
morning.
や、ついてるっていうのかな。こういうの。
I don't know if you could call this lucky, honestly. The students shuffled back to their desk.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
Did someone just mock me?
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか？
No, absolutely not. It must be your imagination.
そっか。ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるからみんなおとなしく聞くように。
Really? Then okay, we're gonna start morning homeroom, so everyone listen up. Fujine casually starts the homeroom. She always goes on digressions between announcements, so it goes slowly.
そういうわけだからみんなも下校時刻を守るように。
Which is why everyone should go home at an appropriate hour.
門限は6時だから部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
The gates close at 6, so everyone doing class activities shouldn't stay any longer than necessary.
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
But 6 is so early, Taiga. Don't the Tiger athletic clubs get an exception?
されません。それと後藤君、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから。次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
They will not. And Goto, you better call me Miss Fujimura next time. The next time you call me by my first name, I'll get mad, okay?
はーい。以後注意します。
Yes, ma'am. I'll be careful next time. Goto sits back down. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful. Too easy. When Fujine says she gets mad, she gets mad. Doesn't matter if it's with a teacher or a student. And that is as close as a serious worry she's ever going to give, but Goto doesn't realize it.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
And that's it for today's homeroom announcements. I'll see you all at third period's English class. Fujine waves and leaves. So that was Taiga Fujimura, the teacher of room 2C. Her nickname, Tiger. That might seem like a joke, but it isn't. She's got that nickname because it sounds like her name, Taiga, but Fujine hates it. According to her, it doesn't sound feminine. But she got the nickname because of how she raps, so she kind of had it coming.
授業を始める。日直礼を。
Class will begin. Class duty, lead the greeting. As Fujine exits the room, the first period teacher enters. Because Fujine takes almost all the homeroom time, the mornings are always like this for our class. And so another day of classes ends. There are many types of students. Some immerse themselves in club activities, some hurry home, and some hang out in the classroom after class for no particular reason. I don't really fit into any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいか、エミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。
Do you have a minute, Emiya? Picking back up from what we did this morning, do you have some more time? Well, it's not like I don't have any plans. It's not as if I don't have to do anything at all. The biggest reason I quit the Kyoto Club in the first place was that I wanted to prioritize my part-time job. It's been 5 years since I started part-time jobs to earn money for living expenses on my own after my old man died. And when you do so many different jobs, there are some requests you just can't say no to. Today is one of them. I was asked to help restock some product for a bar, since they wanted as many strong help in hands as they could get. Though I'm sure I don't have to go help, the bar is likely asking everyone an excuse to get out some folks and hang out afterwards. There are two options. I should... The stuff from this morning is unfinished. So I should at least finish what I started. Change of plans. You want me to finish what we started this morning, right? Leave it to me. I'll finish all the repairs before exams start.
助かる。それでは美術部の患者を見に行くとするか。
That'll be helpful. Let's go check on our patient in the art club. Sure thing. Oh, but make sure there's nobody around. I can't concentrate when there's people around.
無論だ。他の連中に邪魔はさせぬ。
Of course, I won't let anyone get in your way. Keeping up with Issei's brisk face, I follow him out of the classroom. The sun is long since up by the time we step outside the building. The school gate is already closed. It's 7 o'clock, way past the time that he closed the gates. But thanks to Issei's help, the two of us avoided trouble.
いや、今日は助かった。必ずこの礼はするから。何かあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。
You really helped me out today. I'll repay you for this, so don't hesitate to ask me if anything comes up. Sure, I don't think anything will come up, though. I didn't help him because I wanted something in return, and I don't think I would ask Issei for anything possible.
まったく、人が良いのも考えものだな。エミヤがいてくれると助かるが、他の連中にいいように使われるのは我慢ならん。人助けはいいことだが、もう少し相手を選ぶべきではないか。エミヤの場合、来る人拒まずすぎる。
Honestly, you might have to reconsider being such a good guy all the time. Having you around is certainly helpful, but I can't stand when other people use it for your own ends. Helping people may be a good thing, but you should be more selective about who you help. You just do everything everyone asks. Good think so. Am I really that much of a pushover?
これでは心ないバカどもがいいように利用しようというものだ。エミヤも忙しい身なのだから、たまには他人の頼みなど断ってもよかろう。
And that means heartless idiots are going to use you as they wish. You're a busy man, so it wouldn't hurt for you to decline requests from time to time. I honestly can't tell, but I think Issei is concerned for me. Ever since middle school, I've always been told how helpful I am, since I never decline requests or ask anything in return. I guess Issei thinks that's unhealthy. I'm only doing this because I want to, and I decline any requests I feel are impossible, so there's no issue. You really don't need to worry about this. I know myself and my limits. Besides, helping people is a good thing. And that's the sort of thing the son of a temple should be telling anyone not to do.
しかしな、エミヤのは度が過ぎるというか、このまま行くと潰れるというか。
But you take it to an extreme. You're gonna burn yourself out. I'll keep your warning in mind. See you tomorrow at school.
それではまた明日。
See you tomorrow. Issei leaves looking dissatisfied. Issei lives in Ryudo Temple, located on top of a mountain, which means that he and I have to go our separate ways. I walk through the still darkened town. It's about 7:30. There should be people out and about at this hour, but there are no signs of anyone around. Oh, right. There was a prank committed in Miyama the other day. A burglar murdered someone, I think. It must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6 o'clock. Gas leaks of burglars, huh? It seems like it's getting dangerous around here. No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. It's probably not safe to let Sakura go home on her own anymore. Fujine might be fine, but Sakura's house is in a residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home starting to not... Huh? I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sent the presents on the uphill path I was sure was empty. Whoever it is standing still and looks to be peering down at me. I unconsciously hold my breath. A girl with silvery hair follows and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by... You better summon one soon or you'll die, big bro. What she says makes no sense. I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujine are home. The moment I step into the living room, I smell the delicious aroma of dinner. Sakura and Fujine are both eating at the table. Tonight's meal is chicken stewed in cream sauce, and it's put Fujine in an especially good mood. Welcome, senpai. Please excuse us for eating ahead of you. Thanks, and sorry for being late. I should have come home earlier. That's fine. You still made it in time. Please wait while I prepare your plate. Okay, thanks. I'll go wash up, so keep an eye on Fujine to make sure she doesn't eat my portion. Yep, I'll do that. I go to my room. It's a sparse room compared to the storehouse, but it's still decorated enough, considering I don't have any particular hobbies. But most of them are random things Fujine just left here. After I wash my hands and change, I head back to see my food on the table. Thank you for the meal. Please dig in. I hope you like it. Sakura is humble as ever. Sakura's cooking skills have vastly improved over the last year. My cooking is no match for her Western foods. My Japanese dishes might be a little bit better. Neither of us is any good at making Chinese dishes. I'm glad to know she's improving, but it's also a little depressing when this pupil surpasses her master. It really is delicious. The longer you cook chicken, the tougher the meat gets. Which is why you need to take the extra step of grilling the chicken to a crisp to seal in its juices and flavor. This requires exceptional skill, and it's something that the clumsy Fujine would never be able to manage. What do you think, Senpai? I think today's dish turned out quite well. No complaint. Oh. No complaints here. The cream sauce is perfect. My cooking can't hold a candle to your Western dishes.
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
Yep. Ever since Sakura started cooking, all her meat dishes have gotten better. Fujine, who has been concentrating on her meal until now, pipes up.
あ、ダメよシロ。学生がこんな夜更けに帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
And you're in trouble, Zero. A student shouldn't stay out so late at night. She looked to be in good spirits thanks to Sakura's meal, but the moment she sees my face, her mood turns sour.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。
I bet you were helping.
物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。
I bet you were helping someone again. That's fine, but you really should be coming home early for now. Don't you remember my homeroom announcement about how it's not been safe lately?
あれ、シロに倒して言ったんだからね。
I was speaking directly to you, Shiro. You really don't need to make a homeroom announcement for something you could just tell me at home.
ここで言っても聞かないもの。学校でガツンと言った方がシロには効果的なんだもん。
You wouldn't listen if I told you here, though. You're more likely to listen if I tell you at school.
先生、それは職権乱用というか、公私混同だと思います。
That seems like an abuse of authority, or at least mixing business with private matters.
それぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよ。
Nope, this is just what I have to do to make things sink in for Shiro.
いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
He always gets the short end of the stick because he's busy helping everyone. The idiot should come straight home once in a while and relax a bit. Huh? Who are you calling an idiot? What's wrong with helping people? I'm not losing out on anything as long as someone benefits from my help.
キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
You're starting to sound like Hiritsugu, and that mind's as your big sister worried Shiro. Seeing Fujine eating so heartily makes me wonder what exactly she's worried about.
内村先生、今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか？
Miss Fujimura, just for that conversation, are you saying Senpai has always been like this?
昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Yep, always. He's the type who would lend a helping hand whenever there's someone in need. It's not that he meddles with things, but he's always been a bit precocious. Fujine grins menacingly. Fujine, I'm going to get mad if you say anything you shouldn't. And you shouldn't ask such silly questions, Sakura. I glare at too. Shin.
藤村先生、お話を続けてください。
Fujine clicks her tongue in disapproval, but Miss Fujimura, please continue. Sakura presses on like an attentive student.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱きを助け強きをくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
Then let me explain. You see, Shiro just can't help himself when he sees someone in need. It's like helping the weaker instead of doing the strong. When he was younger, he wrote an essay that said he wanted to be a hero of justice. Quit bringing up the past, Fujine. I really can't jump in though, because it's true. Besides, becoming a hero of justice is still my goal.
すごい子供だったんですね、先輩。
Wow, you're a really wonderful child, senpai.
すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、キリツグさんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。
Yep, it was astonishing. He would swoop in to rescue a little girl from being bullied by a boy twice her age, and he tried his hardest at doing housework, because Kiritsugu was such a slob at home.
あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それがどうしてこんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
Oh, he was such a cute and innocent back then. I'm not sure how he got to be the stubborn, disobedient boy that he is today. That's on you, Fujine. That's what happens with children when they have bad role models. And if you want to say something to that, try making an entire meal all on your own. What? Fujine is shocked. I thought she would just lower her head and repent, but...
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
Big sister's so sad. Sakura, third place. She holds out her rice bowl, asking for a third helping of dinner. We're relaxed after dinner, and it's almost 9 o'clock. Well, what should I do? There's still some time before my evening training. I guess I'll... We'll walk Sakura home. I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should go talk to Sakura. It's getting late, so I should walk her home. Sakura just finished cleaning up, and she's in the living room getting ready to go home.
あれ、先輩、お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか?
Oh, Senpai, I thought you were taking your bath. I'll take my bath later, after I walk you home.
送るって私をですか?
Eh? You're gonna walk me home? Yeah, it's been dangerous at night lately, so I'll walk you home. Your house is a pretty long walk, so at least let me do this. Since you go out of your way to come here. Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、先輩は休んでいてください。家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
I'm sorry, I appreciate your concern, but you should rest. I know my way home from here, and I should be fine alone. Maybe so, but it really hasn't been safe recently. I'll walk you home at night for a while.
兄さんに見つかると、先輩にまで迷惑がかかります。
But, well, it'll cause trouble for you if my brother sees you. Ah. I forgot. Sakura's older brother Shinji doesn't really like Sakura coming over to my place. He can't say much because Sakura says she goes to Fujine's house, but me taking her home might cause problems. I don't care if Shinji accuses me of something I didn't actually do. I don't want him taking it on Sakura. But it won't be a problem if I only walk you halfway, right? There's no way we'll see Shinji at the intersection. Sakura is uncomfortably silent. Knowing Sakura, she probably couldn't even lie about the fact that I walked her home. Hey, then how about...
私が送っていこっか?
Want me to walk her home? An English teacher wearing tiger stripes suddenly pokes her head through the door. That really doesn't fix anything. My concern that's a girl walking alone at night, so adding another girl would be... Wait a minute. But Fujine girl might be a bit of a misnomer. There's a reason Fujine is the teacher in charge of the Kyoto Club. She was trained by old man Fujimura in Kendo, and her 5th rank designation makes her deadly, literally and figuratively. I guess it wouldn't be a problem if you went Fujine. I bet you could beat the crap out of any perverts who might try to strike.
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
Of course I can, and that's why walking Sakura home is not a problem. Are you good with it, Sakura?
はい。藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
Yes, as long as it's okay with you.
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
That settles it. Let's get going. I'm just thinking I should go home too. Fujine takes Sakura's hand and starts to leave. Wait. Oh, hold on a minute, Sakura. What is it, Senpai?
先輩。
Dinner was good, thank you.
はい。ご迷惑でなかったら次も頑張りますね、先輩。
Of course, as long as you don't mind, I'll keep working on my cooking, Senpai. Sakura bathes and leaves the living room. I can tell my cheeks are burning red. Honestly, Sakura takes me by surprise a lot lately. It's perplexing. I'm sure it does fly. Not so long ago, she was just my friend's little sister. Now I find sometimes I can't quite look away from her. I'm so pathetic. I've always thought of Sakura as being like family, but I can't seem to readily accept this change. And that's how my day ends. Just before midnight, Shira and Mia must perform the daily routine of utilizing magecraft. I cross my legs, take my position, and regulate my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and turn my focus inward. Trace on. I muttered a familiar incantation as I pulled myself in a spell. No, this is a kind of hypnosis. With no magic crafts and no magical knowledge, the incantation I muttered is really just a way to focus myself and change my body. Typically, humans do not have any lines which allow magical energy to pass through their body. Temporarily change my body to create a pseudo-version of lines. I need enough concentration to unify my entire physical and nervous systems. Magecraft is a battle with yourself. For example, I insert a burning steel rod into my backbone. The steel rod itself is the one and only magical circuit I can prepare for myself. By pressing this deep within my body, connecting with my other nerves, I can finally be a mage. This is not a metaphor. If you look closely, a series of metal rods, which cannot be normally seen or touched, pierce my backbone. I'm a magician. Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. He was a true mage who disciplined himself in a wide variety of mystics, plumbed the deeper secrets of the world and its inner workings, and even performed miracles. And as a young child, I admired Kiritsugu and begged him to teach me magecraft. But you can't just become a mage, you have to be born with talent and inherit a tremendous amount of knowledge. I absolutely never had that inborn talent, and Kiritsugu never imparted any knowledge about magecraft to me. I was told it wasn't necessary for me, something like that. But I still understand what he meant by that. It didn't matter to me as a child. I always thought that learning magecraft would bring me that much closer to being like Kiritsugu. I was blessed with neither with talent, that is, an abundance of magic circuits within me, nor was generations of magecraft knowledge handed down to me. The magecraft Kiritsugu possessed, the magicraft passed down from the Emiya family, can only be passed down to a blood relative. A magicraft which is proof is one is mage, rejects any not blood related. As an adopted son, I cannot receive the Emiya family's crest. Then again, I honestly don't have any idea what the hell a magicraft even is. It doesn't matter much whether I have one or not. It's just a matter of gaining the ability. If I want to be a mage, I just have to learn magecraft that suits the traits that I do have. Magecraft is, taken to an extreme, a skill supposedly meant to release magical energy. You can say that magical energy is a life force. Magical energy is separated into two sources, mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and Odd, which is created within living creatures. Obviously, mana, which comes from the world itself, is superior to Odd. The sheer power of the world's mana is simply not even comparable to the Odd one human can create. No matter the form it takes, magecraft utilizing mana will always surpass anything created from the individual's Odd. So a powerful mage is one who excels at drawing magical energy from the world. It's a lot like a filtration system. A mage will use their own body's circuits to draw in mana from the outside and convert it into something usable. Mages call the circuits they use to accomplish this magic circuits. This is the inborn talent part. The number of magic circuits one has is determined at the moment of birth. Typically, humans have hardly any magic circuits. They're normally quite rare. That's why mages will spend generations trying to figure out ensure their descendants have a body more suitable for magic. Some families even go as far as to practice selective breeding in order to increase the number of magic circuits in their children. And since I was raised in a normal family, I never had a chance of having much in the way of magic circuits. That left me only one option. According to Kiritsugu, everyone's well suited in one specific form of magecraft. He also said something about drawing out magical energy based on a person's origin, but I never quite understood that part. What I do understand is that even someone like me can use at least one form of magecraft. If I can do that, then maybe I can be like Kiritsugu. And that's why I'm only learning this one magecraft. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu took me on as his disciple, though he never seemed happy about it. Listen, Shiro, learning magecraft means leaving behind common sense. You die when the end comes for you, and you kill when you must. Life isn't at the core of what we do, death is. Magecraft is walking the path of self-destruction. I guess I knew no fear as a child. Kirisuke smiled bitterly, placing my hand on top of my head as I nodded enthusiastically.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。
What I'm about to teach you is the sort of thing that could cause conflict.
だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから。
Welcome to chat, Nancy.
怠ってもいけない。
So you should never use it in front of anyone. You should never forget your training because it's difficult.
でもまあ、それは破ったって構わない。
Then again, you don't really need to follow it either.
一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすればシローは魔術使いではあるけど魔術師ではなくなるからね。
The most important thing is that you always remember that magecraft is to be used for others and not for yourself. That will make you simply a user of magecraft rather than a mage. I get Kirisuke that want me to be a mage, but I didn't care about that. I admire Kirisuke, not mages. As long as I can be the sort of person who lives to help others, like Kirisuke on that day of fire and nightmare. I got distracted. I feel the uncomfortable sensation where the iron rod in my backbone moving where it shouldn't. Losing control of my breathing now would be fatal. The pseudo-magic circuits would overwhelm my body and shred it to pieces. And that would be the end of me. Shiro Anbio would simply be a novice who died because he failed at an elementary step. I grit my teeth and try to recover my connection. After pain like walking through a storm of needles, the iron rod finally sinks deep within my body and fuses with me. I've been working on this for a little over an hour. And after all that time, I'm finally able to create one pseudo-circuit, a circuit capable of creating magical energy using my own self. Basic structure, analyze. All that stuff is the allowed of magical energy to flow naturally. Shiro Emiya is no mage. He's just a user of magecraft who can only create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. And that's why he can only do one thing with this magecraft, which is composition, analyze. Enhancing objects. It's just strengthening magecraft, where I apprehend object structure and channel magical energy and temporarily reinforce its abilities. Basic structure, alter. I hold a broken iron pipe. I pass the magical energy through it to execute the most basic magecraft to enhance its durability. Passing magical energy into something other than yourself is like mixing poison. My body is a far cry from the blood of an iron pipe. Forcing an entirely different sort of blood through an object may well destroy it rather than enhance it. To prevent that from happening, I need to properly understand an object's structure and pass magical energy into it between the small vacant spaces. Composition, reinforce. This may be very easy for a skilled mage, but since I have a hard time generating magical energy in the first place, even a task like this is as difficult as shooting an arrow and hitting a target several hundred meters from you. A typical archery target is 28 meters away. So that goes without saying how hard it would be to hit our target at 10 times that distance. My body temperature suddenly plummets. The fiery pillar passing through my backbone disappears, and my lungs seize in desperate need of oxygen. Warning for chat. Add in a minute. Alright. My back urges in an effort to keep me from passing out. Fuck, I failed again. The iron pipe is unchanged. The magical energy I passed into it appears to have dispersed. Damn, adding something that already has a set form is hard. What I'm attempting to do is like adding an extra brushwork to a completed work of art. Adding something extra to a completed object raises the risk of compromising the object's integrity. The paintbrush, hoping to improve, may actually devalue the work instead. And not many measures, which is why, despite its simplicity, strengthening magecraft is so difficult, and not many mages willingly use it. It's not that I chose this, but it's really all I could do. It would be much easier if I could just make something from the shapeless clay, but a substitute that just recreates its form is all show and no substance. Which explains all the junk around. Whenever I fail at strengthening magecraft, I try to make substitute objects to practice and calm down on, but they all end up empty. I can visualize the structure of an object easily, and I can recreate something very similar, but it's hollow and obviously doesn't function at all. I wipe the sweat from my brow. I realize I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. If this is as bad as it got, I should consider myself lucky. But what happened earlier was real bad. Ow. Thank you for following Elevator Story. And if I hadn't taken a second longer to recover, my internal organs would have probably been mush about now. If only pushing myself to the brink of death helped me improve, there'd be some hope here. Ad breaks up. And ad stun, back to work. But nothing comes that easily. At the same time, fear of death will stand in the way of improving my magecraft. Learning magecraft means contorting death at every turn. Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake, ending the caster's life. The very first thing a mage must do is resolve to accept death. Hiratsuga always looked sad whenever he brought that up. Maybe it was his way of saying he didn't want me getting into any of this. Saving one person means not saving someone else. Being a hero of justice means you need to be an extremely egocentric person, was always his line. Hiratsuga always said that whenever I mentioned wanting to be like him. I still don't know what he meant by that. All I'm saying is that I want to save people, to be a hero of justice, just like Hiratsuga Amiya. But I can't even manage the basics. I'm such an idiot for letting myself get distracted at the most crucial moment. It's not enough for me to just grasp at the object structure visually. A skilled mage will be able to focus only on the crucial areas and efficiently channel magical energy. My dream is to become a hero of justice. I remember what Fujine mentioned at dinner. Never really thought about that goal as an embarrassing impossible. That Shiro Emiya would succeed Hiratsuga Emiya has already been decided. That's why I've been doing everything I can despite how sorely I lack in experience. I don't know exactly what it means to be a hero of justice. Because I don't know, I'm training myself to be the best of my abilities and hope I'll be useful to somebody. I haven't taken my off that goal these past 5 years, but whenever things go wrong like this, I start to have my doubts. I don't get it, old man. What the hell do I have to do to become a hero of justice? I look up at the sky through a window. It's not just about being good for someone out of the blue. Saving someone and being a hero of justice are two different things. I know that, but what do I have to do to differentiate them? I've yet to understand that the crucial concept for the past 5 years. February 1st. I awake to darkness. Darkness! I guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something big happens, I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as well, me, Ashiro Amiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only thing on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, how to be a mage. If I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they are in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there's a society of mages called the Mages Association. He also told me I shouldn't ever get involved with them. As the Mages Association is said to can't conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure magecraft doesn't affect society. The strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from using magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are especially preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything that goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts himself. Whatever it is, the Mages Association surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes while the world is none the wiser. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. There may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mages with a storied history living here. They're called second owners, elite mages that the association entrusts to watch over territory. Only mages who live in the same area must visit these second owners first before they get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in our house without permission to be my brain. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know what Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and I have no real knowledge about me being a mage. I'm feeling the association would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently, the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association just have to be everywhere. And if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's headhunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you an enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. It looks like the sun's just not coming up. It's still dark out. It's cold. Waking up in the morning is getting tough. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. I might mess up once in a while, but like yesterday, but that's rare. Okay, breakfast. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it would look kind of bad if I did return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I cooked rice and make miso soup. Yesterday, the soup had daikon radish and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions to the sari fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Okay, that'll do it. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than I expected, so I have some time on my hands. So why should I do it this extra time? I can also work up a quick sweat if I have so much time. Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. The hushed atmosphere of an empty dojo encourages one to focus. And in the morning, just as the sun rises, its serenity makes the moon even more sacred, and drawing whoever visits the site. Anyway, That's only one thing I do here. Ever since my old man died, the dojo has turned into just a gym to train my body. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions to be a mage is maintaining yourself at your physical peak. When Kuretsugo is still alive, he and I sparred often. Well, more like, Gordon just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to move myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent, and how to conduct myself in each situation. Knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you got yourself to a fight or a massacre. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means there's a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And in mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kuretsugo wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminded me of that lesson is long gone. So the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises. Guess I better get on with it. After I stretch and warm up, I focus on my inner strength and begin my exercises. As I train my body, I assess how my magic circuits affect my blood flow, my skeletal frames creaking, the fatigue I feel, and how that all distracts my thoughts. 120, 150, 170. Even simple push-ups can train my magical circuits as long as I focus on my mental state, rather than put physical weights on my body. With no proper blends for teaching me magecraft, morning training is no different from what most sports clubs do, and they have become very important for me. Good morning, Senpai. Did you finish preparing breakfast already? Yeah, it's all done. All that's left to do is set the dishes and grill the fish. Oh, I'll help. Leave the dishes to me. Sakura is clearly eager in her reply. And coming in behind from the ever dependable Sakura. I saw Shiro's omelet, so he handled breakfast this morning, huh? Fujine casually heads to the table. Well, let's just ignore her for now. I need to grill the prepared fish. Sakura, use the middle set of plates. The food will look better on those. The plates with bumps on the surface? Yeah, those. Grilled meats tend to not look good if you don't plate them well. I've already graded the daikon. Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand. Sakura, hold on a minute. Yes, what is it? What's the bruise on your hand? She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Her reaction makes how she got the bruise clear. Is it Shinji again? I can't believe he beats his own sister. That's not it, Senpai. Well, I guess that's what I found. You know how clumsy I am. That's why I'm always falling here, by getting myself hurt. How stupid do you think I am? Nobody gets bruises like that just from falling. It seems like Shinji needs some sense smacked into him. No, Senpai, my brother really has nothing to do with this. I just hurt myself, so there's no need for you to be angry for me. Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. There's no use saying anything to her now. Fine, if you say so, I'll leave it at that. Yes, I'm sorry, Senpai. Why are you apologizing? Shinji's the one in the wrong. The moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. It can only mean he is the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Mato has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like shit. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then, I see Sakura injured, and she always makes excuses when I ask what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he'd been the one who hit Sakura. And when I asked why, he told me it's because she'd done something that he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, and so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We haven't been on great terms since then. Senpai, have you made up with my brother yet? Yeah, sure. We never fought in the first place. There's not much to call for making up.
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
Well, that may be how you see it, but my brother doesn't see it the same way. He thinks they're still fighting, so you should be careful. What Sakura says strikes me as odd. Be careful? Should you?
はい。兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも、兄さんのせいだって。
Yes, he's angry with you, and I hear he was the very reason why you quit the club. Shinji had nothing to do with me quitting. Well, he might have been a factor, but that's nothing you should worry about. And Shinji's right, this is a little unsightly. I pointed my left shoulder. There's still a little scar there. It happened about 1.5 years ago. Somebody fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I also came away with a burn on my shoulder. After the accident, I quit the Kyoto Club. Our school's Kyoto Club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this exposed their left shoulder. Shinji pointed out that it may be disrespectful if someone performing a sacred shot that exposed the star. And since I was getting busy with various jobs, I decided to quit the club.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
Senpai, maybe ask this often, but you're never going to shoot again. Miss Fujimura even said your injury should affect your performance. Ah, Fujide would say that even if I'd broken every bone in my body.
先輩、私、真面目な話をしているんです。
Senpai, I'm being serious. I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately I can't give Sakura the answer she's looking for. I don't have time to do club activities. I like Kyoto, but it's not something I should prioritize, so I think I'll give it a rest for a while.
しばらくって、どのくらいですか?
How long is a while? However long I feel like. Or maybe until it's time for you to graduate. Look forward to having you look after me then, Sakura. I pat Sakura's shoulder.
はい。私、その時をお待ちしています。
Oh, okay, I'll be waiting for when that time comes. She nods so violently that it looks like she might drop the plates. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Issei asked me to, but I leave the house at the usual time today. I noticed something strange as I walked down toward the intersection. Several police cars are parked in front of the house. Something must have happened since a crowd has gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. I'm curious, but the mass of people prevents me from finding out what's happening. I don't have much time, so I should just hurry to school. I'm making to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time as usual. Yeah, morning, Emiya. I run into a familiar student. You haven't changed yet, Mitsuzuri. Homeroom's about to start. You really don't have time to say hi to me. You're absolutely right. Matter of fact, as always, Emiya. I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartily, not caring about her surroundings. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's been a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of the Kyoto Club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it was expected that she would be the team's next captain since her first year with them. Mitsuri is a precocious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her, and even lean on her since she was a first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever people mention that in front of her. Someone mentions that in front of her, claiming that she doesn't look as old as people think.
Huh?
Huh? Were you just thinking something bad about me? I wouldn't dare. Just making an observation. If you want to get angry about it, that's your call.
Oh, 言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。
You don't say. That may be your honest answer, but you never say out loud what's really in that head of yours.
エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
As unlike Shinji, you never let your true self show. Shinji, what's he's got to do with this?
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
No matter how much either of you protest, you and Shinji are friends.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の首相なの。うちの問題児と辞めちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
You're his only male friend, and let me remind you that I'm the captain from the Kyoto Club. Isn't it only natural for me to associate our club's troublemaker with our former troublemaker? I guess the Kyoto Club's got nothing to do with it, but he and I go back a long way.
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。
Ah, I see you just got ticked off. You always get frosty whenever the Kyoto Club gets mentioned.
いいゴミ分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて、自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか、少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
You sure had some guts quitting and leaving Shinji behind, you know? Did you not consider how the other people you left behind might feel like Sakura and me? What, did Shinji do something bad again?
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど。
We never have a day he doesn't do something.
それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。
But he might have gone a little bit too far yesterday.
1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
He made a first-year guy quit. Mitsuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is rare to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming. What the heck? Why did he quit?
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
Shinji took his anger out on him. He gathered all the female members and made the first year, who barely learned how to handle a bow, shoot his bow until he hit the target. Shinji mocked him the whole time. What? How can you let something like that happen?
見過ごすか。けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってレミヤだって知ってるでしょ。
I would never let that happen, but a captain's got a lot to do, you know. You know very well that I don't live in the dojo. Well, yeah, but what the hell was Shinji thinking? He may be harsher than the others, but he's not the type to make someone into a spectacle.
呆れた。レミヤっては本当にあれだ。
Listen, dude, you're something, Emiya. What do you mean by that? Were you just thinking something bad about me?
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
I wouldn't dare. Just making an observation. If you want to get angry about it, that's your call. Why, you using your own words against me? My own words against me? Fine. So what got into Shinji? Why did he do that?
聞いた話じゃ、遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
I heard Tosaka shot him down pretty brutally. Tosaka? You mean that Tosaka?
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。
Do you know any other Tosakas in this school?
2年 A 組の優等生、ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂リンド。
The second year honor student in Class A, Miss Perfect Rin Tosaka. Oh, that's the first time I've heard that nickname. But it fits. It's no surprise Shinji got rejected. And knowing Tosaka, she probably had some pretty harsh insults to go with the rejection.
ともかく、シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。
Anyway, Shinji's been acting out since yesterday.
おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
And that's why I've had to watch him like a hawk at the dojo until now. Shinji does have a low tolerance to some things. I know it might be tough, but good luck, Mitsuzuri.
はいはい。けどね、信じって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には、今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
Yeah. But you know how Shinji never lets go of anything. I'm just afraid he might do something bad and really do something bad the next time he asks Tosaka and gets rejected again. No, even Shinji won't go near someone who just rejected him. He's good about that sort of thing.
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけど、うちの道場よく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
But why if the person who turned him down comes near him instead? I don't know why, but Tosaka swings by the dojo to come watch. Ah, well, you quit, so you probably don't know that. That seems to me. Rin Tosaka doesn't participate in any club activities because her family forbids it or something. She even turned down nominations to be a member of the student council. So I always thought she went straight home after school.
ま、たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く止まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
I guess it isn't horrible once in a while. He's always acted high and mighty, so it may be good for him to struggle for once. Sorry, but not sorry. Mitsuzuri has a weird way of looking at this. Now I think about it, they say that Rin Tosaka has a lot of enemies. I wonder if Mitsuzuri is one of them too. Hey, Mitsuzuri, that's kind of cruel even for you.
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Oh, it's almost time. See you later, Emiya. You should swing by to see my bow work next time. Mitsuzuri hastily runs off. Classic Mitsuzuri. I never minded just how forthright she always is. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school has quite the cafeteria, and most of the students eat lunch there. But there are some old-fashioned students who still bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president sitting in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
Emiya, can I have some of your fried chicken? My lunch is kind of lacking in protein. Fine, but why is your lunch always so plain, you say? I know you live in a temple, but there's no rule that prohibits you from consuming alcohol or meat, right?
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。
Absolutely not. That idea is anachronistic. That's just how my father does things.
小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよ、などという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
According to him, a young priest should not indulge themselves in luxuries. And if I want to complain, I should do something about it. So I'm actually considering joining the circus one of these days. Sounds like your old man. Issei's father is the priest at Ryudo Temple, a larger-than-life figure who's also friends with Fujine's grandfather. Anyone who gets along with old man Fujimura can't possibly be normal. Well then, here you go. You owe me. I passed my bento box to him.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Much thanks. This is pretty much begging for alms. Issei bows deeply. I honestly question whether I should be reminded that he's the son of a priest at times like this.
ああ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
Oh, by the way, did you hear about the commotion at the 2nd district? Around the intersection you and I part ways going home? The intersection? Could it be the same intersection where I saw the police cars this morning?
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Apparently, there was a murder there. I don't know the details, but only one child out of a family of 4 survived. Both parents and the older sister were stabbed to death, but by some sort of long weapon instead of the typical knives. Uh-oh, Ku's on the loose already. A long weapon? Does he mean a sword or something? If it's a murder, then that weapon killed the parents of the older sister. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks in the house late at night, unreasonable violence, a horrible nightmare The victim never imagined or wished for, like a traffic accident. When the parents are slaughtered, the older sister falls victim without knowing what is happening. A lone child, hidden in the shadows, is covered in their family's blood. Issei, did they catch the murderer?
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
Doesn't look like it. Accident stemming from faulty construction in Shinto, and now a murder itself like a sword here. It's no wonder the school curfews are... What's wrong, Emiya? Did you choke on your lunch? Huh? Nothing. Why do you ask?
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
Well, you have had a certain look on your face, which surprised me. Sorry, I shouldn't bring this up while we're eating. Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this. I didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then there's a gentle knock at the student council's room door.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
Sorry, is Rudo there?
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
The way the models are proportioned. I'm assuming it's because Issei's closer to us than the teacher. He looks so wrong. He looks like a fucking giant next to the teacher. Yes. What is it, sir? Mr. Kuzuki enters, and Issei steps over to him to have a quiet conversation. Must be a casual student council manner, says Issei looks relaxed. Look at that. It's something I don't see every day. Issei is surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he's warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kuzuki. Maybe they get along because they're both straight-laced. Soichiro Kuzuki is a homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious and kind of awkward, or kind of weird. So part of that is probably why he and Issei get on so well. The two continue to talk. As I walked up, I can't stop thinking about the murder. Classes end and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight for the neighboring town, but... Maybe the morning's conversation bothered me more than I realized. The next thing I know, I am at the Kyoto Club. What the hell am I thinking? Mitsuzuri said Tosaka frequently visits. Well, I haven't thought of that, but I think it might be a problem if Shinji got violent against Tosaka. Shinji's unstoppable when he gets mad. Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't know exactly how, but it would just be bad. Oh, Tosaka's not even here. Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Mitsuzuri worried for nothing. Who's not here? I'm asking, who's not here? Issei, who I fired ways with, is standing right next to me. Why are you here, Issei? Don't scare me like that.
Yeah.
I saw you... I saw you snooping around at the dojo and couldn't help but come check it out. So, who are you saying is not here? Well, it's Tosaka. I heard she had a spat with Shinji yesterday, so I want to make sure things were okay. Is that so? Giving out more information than you have to is kind of suspicious for you. I only asked you who wasn't here. What? It's none of your business what I do around here. But it's pointless, Emiya. Tosaka isn't here. She cut class today. What? Cut class, so she's absent? I see. Wait, Issei. Why do you think she cut class? That's not the sort of thing she'd ever do. Of course she would. She's not the type to ever get sick. If you want to know what I think, she's bad. Don't let her looks fool you, Emiya, or she'll swallow you whole. Somehow, what Issei's saying irritates me. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think she's a bad person. Watch what you say, Issei. You know Tosaka's not like that.
なんだエミヤも遠坂狙いなのかああそれはすまない今のは流してくれ
Have you got a secret crush on Tosaka too? My apologies, Issei. Forget what I said. A secret crush? Like hell. Don't make assumptions. I'm just worried Shinji's gonna stir up some trouble.
シンジが遠坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためかまたそんな役回りをするな別に俺は気にしないが割と趣味が悪いのだなエミヤは
So you came here to sweep in and stop Shinji from attacking Tosaka. You really were gonna take on some dirty work for nothing. It's not my place to say this, but you got bad taste, Emiya. I'm unscathed so far because nothing happened, but Issei, what was that crap you were saying?
Hmm? 遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい
What, that having a house for Tosaka is in bad taste? Yeah, that. Tosaka's popular. I haven't heard any bad rumors about her.
ああ聞かないねそれがまた気に食わない
No, you haven't, and that's what bothers me. What part bothers you?
だから全部だよあれは女狐だ女性だ妖怪だとにかく生理的に気に食わない悪いことは言わないからエミヤも気に入らないようにしろ
Everything about her. That woman's a vixen, a minx, a monster. Anyway, I instinctually dislike her. My advice to you is not to fall for her. You're the one who always warns everyone not to talk about people behind their back.
たわけこれが陰口に入るか俺は聞こえるように喋っている
Oh, come on. That's hardly counts as gossip. I'm not even talking loud enough for others to hear. No wonder I sense people watching us. Well, that's relief. I'm really glad Tosaka's absent today. Issei, please, can we talk a little quieter?
エミヤがそういうのなら了解した
If you say so, understood.
がとりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ単に竜道一世が遠坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだあくまで個人の趣味嗜好の範囲だろう
I'll have you know that my words were hardly slander. I just wanted to let you know that I'm wary of Rin Tosaka. Everything I said is just my own personal opinion. Yet you use words like vixen and minx. I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term.
何褒め言葉だ女狐にも妖怪にもいいものはいる
Don't worry about it, it's a compliment. There are good vixen and monsters too, you know. Slash
あく
S.
まで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである
I simply use those terms to describe her in a good way. Sure, Issei. Issei laughs.
それではな俺は生徒会室に戻るがエミヤはバイトだろうこんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう
I'll see you later. I'm going back to the student council room, but you're going to your job, right? You really shouldn't waste your time hanging around here then. Issei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he felt satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. I've known him for 2 years now, but honestly, I still don't get that guy. Issei's such a homie. I mean, I should kiss him on the lips. I ride the bus in school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinso, the neighboring town across the bridge. Oh, it's not even 5 yet. I still have some time. There aren't that many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty at Shinto since it's a developing area. Our schools allow students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today, I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may be just be 3 hours work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. The park is nestled between buildings, and it's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the day or time. This place is the same as always. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As at the desolate location on Set the Moon, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the remnant of a great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was safe from the brink of death. Why don't they seed some grass here or something? It's a shame to keep it like this. The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, it'd probably be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe. And that some people died trying to save others. I wonder why that happened. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about the people trying to help and becoming victims for the trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved and for them to get their happy ending afterwards? I want to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen? That's a tough one. What you're essentially saying is that you want to save everyone. That was Kurisuga's response to the question when a very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kurisuga. I knew you were a magician and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I've always believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kurisuga looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him and said something I remember to this day. Shiro, saving one person means you don't save someone else. Listen, being saved by a champion of justice only means you're one of the few they manage to reach. It might be obvious, but that's what a champion of justice is. Yeah, I get that. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, the majority of hostages would probably die. But by some miracle, all the hostages were saved. There's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people of the Champion of Justice saves are only those who the Champion of Justice seems to save. That's why saving everyone is possible. Even God can't do that. Everything, especially if it's a natural disaster, no person is able to save everyone and everything. The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved in the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point. But I still don't like it. I don't want anything like that. I like the idea there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die just like back then. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire. But then I would have died and for nothing. That would have happened for sure. Yeesh, I can't even fantasize in my head. Oh crap, I can't believe it's already 5. A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes early because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work. That might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about and an endless stream of cars on the road. I guess there's no need for me to get something from Fujina. I walk along the path and I gaze up at a lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. Then I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery. Huh? I think I see something bizarre. What is that? I someone trying to look to the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice. It looks like someone I know. I can't think of why this girl I would know would have a reason to be there. Doesn't seem like she's gonna do anything up there, but she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way she would be able to pick me out of a crowd on the ground. She's just looking down at the town. She seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze, even at this distance. I forgot how long it's been, but I continue to look up at this girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician, looking down at the surface world with the bright moon shining bright behind her. Oh, and then she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky. Well, was that Tosaka up there? I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her, and besides, I'm not so out of it that I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. Huh? There. It's just... Tosaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. Unlike Shinto, there's no sign of people anywhere in Miyama. There's nobody around after 8 at night, and the town is silent and still. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life, and a no trespassing sign hangs over the front door. In just a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now for the single child who survived. I bited my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. I promised to be just like Yuritsuka, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happened so close to home. I wanted to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reached the top of the hill where my house sits. The lights are on, so Fujine or Sakura are still inside. I'm home. Oh, it's just you, Fujine. Oh, welcome back, Shiro. Fujine turns towards me, munching on a rice cracker. The TV has turned into a lively variety show. You're home late again. Didn't I tell you to come home earlier since it gets dark so fast in the winter? I am home early. I had work until 8, so I had to get off my back about that. The word Sakura, I see dinner is already prepared. Sakura went home early. She said she had something to do today, so she just came and made dinner. Fujine cheerfully replies, as far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person. I see, that's probably a good thing for now. It's been dangerous lately, so maybe I'll take over and make dinner until the new school term starts. Objection. If you come home so late, if you make dinner when you get back, I won't get to eat until after 10. Couldn't you just eat at home? What are you talking about? This is my home. Fujine tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad. Sheesh, she's fine. I know it's pointless asking you to make dinner. By the way, what's that you got there? You didn't bring over more junk, did you? Fujine has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. She'll bring stuff like bowls from restaurants that are too big to be functional, an unnecessarily heavy earthen teapot, or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is a convenient storage or something. Show it to me, and I'm gonna toss it if it's trash. This thing is just a poster. Fujine has me the poster. Probably a poster of some no-name singer. Let's see. I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform, smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky background. The caption in the poster in bloody font. Loves lovely Rangerland. Come to self-defense meet-up. Hey, this is a recruitment poster for a youth group.
それいらないからあげるね。
I don't want it, so you can have it. I don't want this either. I quickly roll the poster back up and try to whack Fujine on the head with it.
へへん外れ
Hey, you missed. However, Fujine countered mercilessly with another poster she'd been holding. Conk. Her poster sword boosts me like... Gah! Stars! I see stars!
シロの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
Hey, if you were to hit me, you'll need to up your game if you ever hope to do that. That's not the issue here. How the hell is a paper poster make a sound like that? Did you master some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute?
ごめんごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。
Oh, sorry. My poster's a collector's edition, made of fancy plate steel.
頭大丈夫？
Is your head okay, Shiro? Fujine, you're gonna end up killing someone one of these days.
その時はシロがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
Someone's trying to strike a chord, and it seems to be a minor. Fuck off, Fuji. If that time ever comes, it'll be good because you sleep in and marry me. Yeah, not a chance. I'm not marrying a natural born killer.
私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
What? I don't think I'm that violent. You would be that unaware of your actions. I pray that I survive. I have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロ、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Keep talking big. But now I'm hungry, Shiro. I've been waiting so long, so let's hurry and eat already. Fujine gets up. What's with Fujine? She must be really hungry. She's offering to help. Either was just helping to set the table. Fine. You take out the rice plates and bowls. You can at least scoop the rice in the bowls, right?
告げるよ。
Of course I can.
シロ、私丼でいいかな。
Of course I can. Hey, do you think it'll be okay if I use a bigger rice bowl? That shouldn't be a problem. Sakura's not here today, so we'll definitely have leftovers.
よしよし。それじゃ、シロもお揃いね。
Good. Then you and I will have matching bowls today. Fujine scoops mounds of rice into two large bowls. Whatever. I was gonna go for a second helping anyway, and if I meddle in what Fujine does now, he may really not have any dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years. Another day ends. We finish our brownie dinner, and after I see off Fujine, I take a bath. After that, I head to the shed for daily training. I complete as usual and then go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Today ends peacefully and without incident. It's 2-2. And then a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. That's what I saw 10 years ago. It's a long-forgotten memory of the past. I run for the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run, I keep running. Every time the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up feeling wrong. A hand to my forehead tells me I'm sweating, even though it's winter. Oh, it's late. Clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of chopping from the kitchen. Sakura's early again. Not really a time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
シロ、今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
Sure, what are you gonna do today? It's Saturday, so do you have work in the afternoon? No, not today. I might help Issei out. Why do you ask?
別に暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなって。私今月ピンチなのだ。
Oh, no reason. I was just hoping you could swing by the dojo if you had nothing to do, because I'm kind of in a bind this month. A bind? Why?
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
My bank account's hurting, you see. It'd be a huge help if someone made me lunch for a while. Yeah, not happening. It's your mess. You can afford to miss a meal or two.
で、シロには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
はい、私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
Yes, if you don't mind having what I have, I can make you something.
オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Ah, good, good. Then let's eat lunch together today. Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides, and the main dish is braised lotus root, konnyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she already made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyoto Club, and Fujine is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Oh, by the way, Shira, you woke up late today. Did something happen? Fujine looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she's kind of out there, most of the time she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing. Had a dream about the past and woke up feeling crappy, that shit.
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Oh, so the usual. Nothing to worry about then. Not an interesting topic for Fujine, so she shifts the conversation in another direction. It doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares a lot back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. As time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent and have gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though. Fujine was already with us by then, but she'd been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
Shiro, are you hungry at all? Your dream this morning hasn't affected you, has it? Nope, I'm fine. So quit using my dream as an excuse to try stealing my food.
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
Oh, I was happy to see you turn out to be such a strong fight, but I wish you wound up a little bit more gentle. Right back at you. Since I'm basically your younger brother, I kind of wish you ended up more delicate and sweet yourself. We both often turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I am fine, Fujine smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration, but I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to grunt in protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by her interaction. Sakura doesn't know what it's like to have a regular similar relationship, rip. As soon as Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけど、よろしいですか？
Senpai, we'll be able to come out from tonight until Monday. Come help out from tonight until Monday. Will that be alright? That's fine. Besides, it's a weekend. I bet you have friends to hang out with, so don't worry about me.
そんな、違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。
Warning for chat. Add in a minute. Oh, that's not it. It really is for personal reasons, so I'm still going to practice at the club. So if you need anything, just come to the dojo and I'll figure things out.
別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
And I'm not gonna go out just because it's the weekend, so please don't get the wrong idea. What? Sakura's acting suspicious, or rather, she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over over the weekend. Got it. I'll go to the dojo if I need anything.
はい、そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Yes, that would be great. Sakura sighs in relief, but the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
先輩って。
Senpai, your hand. Sakura is staring at my left hand. I look down and see blood trickling from it. Huh? I pull up my shirt sleeve. Yep, blood. The hell? Did I cut myself with something last night? But I don't feel any pain. It looks as if there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way from my shoulder to the back of my hand. It looks like a snake that's trying to reach my palm from the top of my shoulder. Well, it doesn't hurt. I'm sure it'll go away soon. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Famous last words.
先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
Okay, if you're sure, I won't worry. The sight of the blood probably made Sakura sick, since she's keeping her head down. Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. Schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. Oh, ad started. Alright, ad's done. Everything in school is as usual. Students exercising for morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless. Maybe it's just my imagination. But when I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like memories have latched onto them, and the students themselves feel like empty dolls. Maybe I'm just tired. I shake my head to clear and head into campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. Guess it's time to go home. I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then... Hey, you're still here, Emiya. I run into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making small commotion. I can't believe you're still hanging around when you've got nothing to do. Alright, you're still kissing the student council's ass. Look at you. You get into the school's good graces even though you don't go to any clubs. I'm not helping the student council, I'm just helping the school by repairing old equipment, since we all use it. Listen to you. Everything is a given according to Emiya. Did I ever tell you how much you pissed me off? Don't remember. I probably wasn't listening if you did. You say that kind of stuff all the time. I get it. So you're saying you'll fix anything as long as it's something that's in the school, huh? It's impossible that I fix everything. Most I can do is take care of things. And do me a favor, our Kyoto club's kind of in a mess right now. We've got bowstrings lying around and the range hasn't been cleaned recently. If you got time on your hands, can you take care of that too? You used to be in the Kyoto club, so shouldn't you be helping us too instead of kissing the student council's ass all the time? What? Shinji, didn't Miss Fujimura tell you to do all that? Yeah, you'll get in trouble if you don't do everything we were told. But all the shops will close if you start cleaning up now. If that guy's offering, just let him do it.
できるわけないし。
That's kind of mean. Plus, an outsider can't possibly clean everything up.
そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
That might not be right. Shinji just said he's a former club member. Maybe we can let him do it. The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be Kyoto members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be members Shinji recruited recently.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから、勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミヤ。
I'm counting on you then. The key's in the usual place, so just go in whenever. You don't mind, right, Emiya? No, I don't mind. I've got some time on my hands, so it's no problem.
Thank you. それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
Ah, thanks. Let's go, everyone. This clown will do the boring chores for us.
待ってよ先輩。じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
Don't leave me behind, Shinji. Oh, good luck with the cleaning, senpai. I cleaned the Kyoto dojo without any problems since I'm familiar with it. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning the place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but I decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring my own bow and visit. I look at the time and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. The school base must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. How did I look closely? I don't remember your dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow rest in the club room. Well, I guess another hour or two probably wouldn't make much of a difference at this point. I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny. The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold my cheeks start to sting. Fuyuki isn't cold at night during the winter, but tonight's certainly an exception. My breath fogs in the air with every exhale. No wonder it's darker than usual. The moon's hidden tonight. I look up and there's no light in the sky. The strong wind sends the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew is long past and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus. It seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. I think I heard something. I do hear something. Is it coming from the schoolyard? That night, under the frosty sky. I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence, so I headed towards the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard. Is that people? It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's just so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sound grows louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's flashing metal. Sounds like a fight. This is so stupid. What the hell am I thinking? I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would have a fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then, there's probably a gut instinct that sense of danger. But maybe keeping outside as I approached was just kind of a stroke of luck. For whatever reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. What? I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. Man in red and man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make it clear that their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements. They're too fast. Their movements look so surreal. My mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me that two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone could see that these two aren't human. Humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows that before my brain kicks in, that I won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. I sense they're living things designed only to kill. No life or blade will be able to match whatever they're blading. They are clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. Damn! I shouldn't stay and watch for another second. But I can't move a muscle, I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee, but something else tells me to find me the second I move. More than any internal conflict though, I am just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still can't imagine getting stabbed in the back with that sphere. I can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand facing each other. As I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight's over, another stronger sense of malice creeps over me. Wow. My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns into convulsions. I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. Unbelievable. Who the hell is that guy? Nauseatingly high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Hiratsugu once demonstrated to me how to draw magical energy from one's surrounding. It was a kind of magecraft so beautiful that that impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even a simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating. A sight is so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. That inhuman something in the guise of a man is going to die. But can I just let this happen? The question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free and I take a deep breath. Who's there? The man in blue goes my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that's telling me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have the thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time for me to flee for my life. Suddenly, all my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. I don't remember where I ran through or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. Real genius here. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have run towards town. I've got to be the world's biggest idiot, thinking I can escape by running into an empty building. A school of all places. There must have been other better places to hide. What the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I survived. What the hell was all that? I try to recall what I just saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure, I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that look human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye. I think there was also someone else. I can't remember what they looked like though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat. But finally, guess our little game of hide and seek ends here, huh? The voice comes from right in front of me. Hey, you ran pretty far. I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know I'm going to die. There's no way out of this. You get that, right? Don't worry. It's like this. It's always like this when you're about to die. Nothing to be ashamed of. And with that, he raises his spear. Sorry, kid. You just got unlucky today. But you saw what you saw, so you gotta die. No mercy, no compassion. His spear pierces my heart. I didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepare me for this. I knew I was gonna die. I knew the spear was gonna impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps in from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like. Dead men tell no tales, but the weak dying is just the order of things. My eyes can't focus. It's a dirty thing you made me do. After what I just did, calling me a hero seems like a bad joke. I can only hear his voice. I know, I'm not complaining. At least I saw the girl servant, so I'll head back. He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway. Archer, huh? I wanted to settle the score, but I'm in no position to ruin my master's plans. Damn, my master's a nasty one. The voice suddenly disappears. Must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, the footsteps I heard earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. The footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore. Go after him, Archer. Lancer will probably go back to his master. We need to at least find out what his master looks like. I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth like a passing typhoon. I'm impressed he's not dead yet. I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud as the person reaches their finger out to try and close my mouth. Stop. Seriously, why does it have to be you? Whoever this is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. And when I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation. Forging and replacing an entire heart. Forging and replacing an entire heart. Honestly, if this works, I should be a shoo-in for the clock tower. The voice sounds distressed, but at that moment, my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down like a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me is sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, how my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jolts in my cold, stagnated body starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down. Ah, beats. Clink, I hear something fall. Like... Well, I guess I couldn't help it. Forgive me, father. Your daughter is just an extremely heartless person. That was it. The person mocks himself and leaves. My heart resumes beating. And then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fell into a slumber, bound to wake again. I wake up suddenly. I feel sick and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head. What happened? My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cool and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area of my uniform is torn and my blood stains the hall floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying looks like a murder scene. Damn, seriously? Was my chest stabbed? I find out a surge of nausea as I head into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pulled out a rag and bucket. Huh? What the hell am I doing? I'm still confused. I encountered something unbelievable, and then it murdered me. But here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be? Damn, it's not coming out. I whip at the floor of a rag I found. I managed to wipe off the blood, despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, and then gathered up everything scattered around the floor and shoved it in my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff because my head's all hazy. I put the rag and bucket away and stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. By the time I reach my house, the day has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujine left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was just patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound. So I really was almost killed. That's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me and now I'm alive. Wonder who it was. I would really like to thank them. If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me, so I need to thank them properly one day. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is torn. I might have been safe, but my chest was, in a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling. The agony of the spear tip piercing my chest isn't something I can easily forget. Damn, I'm gonna have nightmares about this for a while. When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure. Good, I'm calming down. That's my feet thanks to my nightly training. The thoughts clear as I take slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit. So, about what happened. The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind. But I've never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost if it had a will of its own. From what I've heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are elemental types. I thought elementals didn't look human. Well, that's not the issue here. There's a more fundamental issue. Those two were trying to kill each other, and there was a robbery and a murder at a house nearby. Hearing stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my control. If only the old man was alive right now. I guess that was kind of whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that feels so raw. Idiot. I've already decided to do whatever I can, even if I don't understand what's going on. I can complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone does, this house is still a Major's house. The boundary field is set around it, and if there's ever an intruder in the area, an alarm rings. A burglar this hour? I buried myself in my own idiocy. Of course it's not a burglar. Given the timing, right after that weird incident, it's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar, it's an assassin. They're here to take my life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. The house is dead silent. The same murderous intent I felt at the school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, it's not my imagination. I know the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin will just leap right in and kill me. And that would just be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared, and I'm not going to be impaled, and I'm going to be impaled again. My breathing goes labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after it was saved earlier the same damn day. I grit my teeth and hold my head tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me not to die so pathetically as last time. Am I not a mage after all? I can't even defend myself from this. If I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for? Fine, bring it on. I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever's here. I need to find a weapon. I call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse. From that, anywhere near there. I leave the living room and get ambushed. I'm just feeling exposed myself. It'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. Won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin will be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife will be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best. I obviously don't have one just lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon. Whoa, there's only a poster of Fujine left. I can't help but feel utterly dejected. But the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation's so bad that it really can't get any worse. Then, all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left. Trace, on. I speak my incantation and inject magical energy into the rolled up 60cm poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon to go up against that spear. Hold on, let me convert that to freedom eagles. Okay, so about 2 feet. Composition, analyze. I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates this poster as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood. Composition, reinforce. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads through the poster and spills out, I say, trace, off. I cut my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It's turned out great for a hastily improvised sword. I get it. How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kirisugu died. For it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. Either way, now I may be able to defend myself. At least I have some discipline in swordmanship. I grab the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. Even if I stay here, I'm dead. I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Phew. As I started trying to hype myself up, every hair in my body stands on end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight towards me. What? A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came for the ceiling and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. Why you? I only roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man lands with inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out of the way. I stop myself quickly and get to my feet, make sure sword hits ready. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. You're making this whole thing kind of a pain. I was trying to be nice. Like it'd be hurt a lot more if you saw me kill you. He shifts the sphere to his other hand in a slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at school, which might give me the chance at escaping him. I can't believe I have to kill the same human twice. Guess the living world is a meat grinder, no matter the era. He's complaining to himself like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I'll run out, and it's only about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I can quickly... See ya. Don't wander around anymore, kid. He says it almost absent-mindedly. Like I was just an afterthought. Gah! The pain chews up my right arm. It all happened in an instant. He thrust the spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for the second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. Probably thought I'd just been holding up a rolled up paper. He struck as if I hadn't been holding anything at all, but the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack so it only grazed my arm. Huh, interesting trick you got there, boy. His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal eyeing its prey. Ah, crap, I was clearly wrong thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right, desperate things are. I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge a strike from above. I thought you were just... I thought you were just some kid, but I can sense a bit of magical energy from you. So that's how you're alive even after I stabbed you in the heart. The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block it. There's no way I'll be able to block a swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if he had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. A spear is a whole line, but a sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves? Fine, I'm gonna have a little fun. The man drops to a lowered stance. In a flash, the spear swings in sideways. I instantly parried a blow aimed at my face. Good boy, come on, here comes another. It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving the spear in the small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next sword comes from the opposite side and aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous. Is that a hammer he's swinging? They have numbness in my arms is telling me that they might be broken. God, why you? I instinctively swing my sword. Nothing mocking me with the way he keeps looking at the spear in my sword without drawing back at all. The numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly. You're hopeless. I gave you an opportunity, but you wasted it. Then again, I guess expecting a good fight from a mage is asking too much. He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He's been letting me take a swing at him after he took a couple of shots at me. I wasted my opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap. He sees no point in continuing this. What a disappointment you turned out to be. Okay, time to die, kid. This man readies his spirit again. Don't jump to conclusions. They're not a microscopic opening. Say what you want, dumbass. I don't turn back to look. I just leap backwards through the window. My back shatters the window and I roll out into the yard. I roll a few times, spring upward, and... I blindly make my next move. I twist my body and swing behind myself. I managed to bat the man's spear aside and he hesitates just for an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, he was going to have to chase after me. And he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He'd have killed me if I'd even been a second late, and I'd just been just as dead if I was early too. But knowing the incredible grappling skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing that I had to do was get up as quickly as I could and parry an attack I knew would be coming from my back. The gamble pays off my swing deflects the spear. Alright? I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused. Fly. Huh? He's not holding the spear anymore now, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spine and a roundhouse kick. Scenery goes flying by. My chest goes down before he kissed me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. I never thought a guy kicking me would send me into the air like a damn ball. I fall hard on my back. I slam into a wall, in fact, lately breaking my back, and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he threw me into the shed I wanted to reach, and leaned against the wall trying to rouse myself. I tried to track the man through blurry eyes. It took me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks the spear up and rushes straight at me. I'm gonna die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. I can't even look back at him. My body on the verge of collapse practically greets the spear. Get on your feet if you're a man. What dumb luck. My knees give out. I can't even hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and finally impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. And this is my last chance. If only I could get inside the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then. This ends now. He launches the spear at me. Damn you! I block it. I open the rolled up poster to create a single-use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. This poster unrolled probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fell on my butt, trying to get my heart beating again after it feels like it's trying to quit on me. When I raise my head to try and grab something to use as a weapon... It's over, but the last move of yours really surprised me, kid. The man points a spear in front of my face. I can't do anything else now. The spear is pointing directly at my part. I know this feeling. It's a sense of death assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt a few hours ago. Honestly, I don't get it. You're quick-witted, but your make tracks complete shit. You've got potential, but maybe you were just too young. I don't hear the man's voice. My attention's focused on the one weapon and pointed at me. Obviously. The moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point? I doubt it, but maybe you were the seventh one.
だとしてもこれで終わりなんだが。
Either way, this is the end for you. His arm jerked. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Flesh will grasp in the room and wound in just a second. I know this feeling. The sensation of iron piercing my body. The taste of blood that will well up in my throat. The feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now I'm gonna have to experience it again. Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one who goes through this? This is bullshit. No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spirit's still going to impale me, though. The tip will tear from my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm pissed. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die, and it's bullshit. I'm going to die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. I'm going to die, and I didn't even have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess. No way in hell. I'm not going to let myself die senselessly to the likes of you. Is absolutely the right word for this moment. What? Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. I notice the figure is a girl. I can hear a high-pitched sound. The moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the sphere pressed to my heart and sets between me and the man without missing a beat. Are you fucking kidding me? The 7th servant? He tries to regain his composure after the spear is pushed aside as the girl brandishes something in her hand. Sparks fly. A hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stops his blood after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quietly turns towards me. The wind is strong today. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl who appears like a knight. I'm speechless. It's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion. I ask of you, are you my master? Her voice sounds so valiant. Master? I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I felt moments ago vanishes, and there's only the girl standing before me. Servant, Saber, I have come in response to your summons. Master, please give me your orders. It's the second time she speaks. At the moment I hear the word master and the name Saber echoes in my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. Oh, got the Saber summons achievement. I unconsciously press the back of my left hand. Taken as a sign, the girl silently nods her beautiful head. Henceforth, my sword creates your destiny, and our fate shall be intertwined. And thus, our contract is formed. What? Contract? For what? I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words mean. The girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same gracious tone when she's nodded. She turns towards the shed through the door. Outside, a man readies his spear. She moves faster than I expected. The girl in knight's armor leaps out of the shed without hesitation. What? I forget about the pain I feel, and I get up to follow her. She possibly can't go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is smaller than I am. Stop. The echoing clang drowns out my words. What? I can't believe what I'm saying. My head really does go blank this time. Who the hell is she? The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds and the yard grows dark once again. And within the darkness, sparks fly, steel strikes steel. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man beats the girl who leads from the shed. She parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between that man and I earlier doesn't even count as battle. A battle, that's a fight between people, each able to kill the other. No matter if it's ability, it can still be called a battle as long as they are both able to kill the other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly I can't even see his strikes. Somehow. She parries his every attack perfectly with something as she closes in on him. Bam! The man backed up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds the spear vertically to ward off her attacks on his side. For a moment, his spear glows. His attack almost looks like it caused an explosion. The man's spear strikes as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I both could tell what it is. It's furious magical energy, so dense it can actually be seen. Our attacks are in charge with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. Her sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. If the man's spear strikes are precise, like a sniper rifle, her blows must be like the overpowering blast of a shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light. And yet, that's not what's overpowering the man. Coward, why are you concealing your weapon? The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon. Yo. The man retreats, having hardly so much as the chance to counterattack. Her weapon is invisible. Not being able to determine the weapon's range, it's reckless to go in for an attack. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon. But she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times spark flies from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Parrying her strikes must have been taking a lot out of the man. His movements are as sharp as they could have been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacked all the more furiously. It's merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks reminds me of a blacksmith's striking iron. The spear-wielding man continues to defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself from an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. But that's all he can do. When an opponent is so completely on the defense, the only thing you need to do is beat him down. The girl steps in closer. She smashes down, striking with all her might. Don't get carried away, fool. Seeing his chance, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back as if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air and smashes him on the ground, kicking up dust. Her massive strength, which seemed to be a fatal blow against a cornered spearman, it proved easy to dodge. That fool, what the hell is she thinking? Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have worn the man down, but a tremendous swing meant to deal the finishing blow wouldn't ever touch him. The relentless attacks must have put incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. He suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then comes to strike again once the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps into a triangular pattern and leaps towards the girl as if revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red hair returns in less than a second. The girl twists his body around like a top, while her sword is still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, and the girl uses a brief moment to use her bold body to attack. Both the man and the girl seem unsatisfied, though. Both struck, intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two open a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain and the battle inflicted on them seems a bit to be too much.
どうしたランサー
What's wrong, Lancer?
止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こうそちらが来ないのなら私が行くが
Would you tarnish the name of all glories of the spirit by just standing there? If you aren't going to attack, then I will.
わざわざ死にに来るかそれは構わんがその前に一つだけ聞かせろ
Huh, running to your death already. Fine by me, but let me ask you one thing
貴
first.
様の宝具それは剣か
Is your noble phantasm a sword? He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her.
さあどうかな
Who can say?
旋風かもしれぬし双剣かもしれぬいやもしや弓かもしれんぞランサー
It might be a battle axe, a spear, or a sword. Perhaps even a bow.
抜かせセイバー
Keep talking, Saber. Somehow this conversation seems to be amusing to him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. This is he saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move, but I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at school a few hours ago. It's the killer move that's supposed to have ended the battle.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがなお互い初見だしよここらで分けって気はないか
I'm going to ask you one more thing. Since it's the first time we've met, you want to call it even for now?
悪い話じゃないだろうそらあそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた
Not a bad deal, right? Your master over there looks pretty useless, and my master's a big coward who won't even show their face.
ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが
Don't you think it's in both of our best interests to hold off fighting until we're in better conditions?
断るあなたはここで倒れろランサー
I refuse. You die here, Lancer.
そうかよたくこっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜサーバントが出たとあっちゃ長居する気はなかったんだが
Is that so? Man, I just came here to check things out. I wasn't gonna stick around once a servant appeared. The air wavers. The surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear.
ホーグ
A noble phantasm. The girl readies her weapons and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him.
じゃあなその心臓もらい受ける
See ya. Your heart is mine. The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have been teleported. He takes the spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack will be effective with the spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear towards Lancer, intending to strike him down. But at that moment, his words alone radiate immense magical energy. The spear released from the blue angles towards the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying in a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced and she is bleeding profusely.
いや今のは因果の逆転か
A curse, or a reversal of fate. I'm just as bewildered. But watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that. But then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet the spear itself is neither stretched nor changed direction. It seems bizarrely as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost unnaturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing her heart. The spear didn't even change course. It altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words, it released the spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed it in cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart had been predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the facts. It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines its target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend against such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. However, the girl evaded by a hair's breadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her action in evading the spear seems to have been even more possible than the spear itself. And when the spear was thrust, the girl turned in reverse direction with an incredible effort of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She was either incredibly lucky or just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, girl managed to avoid the fatal blow, so survives Lancer's ultimate attack. The girl tries to get her labored breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of it, blood stopped seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she is more than outstanding. In terms of her skills in the fight against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she is obviously superior to Lancer. That's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth. He glares at the girl. How the hell were you able to evade my fatal gay bulk saber? His voice seems to rumble upon the ground itself. She looks so tiny next to him. Did you say gay bulk? So you're Ireland's child of light. Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn, I screwed that up. If I pulled this move out, it's really gotta be fatal. Sometimes being famous is a bit of a pain, you know. The impressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of the yard. Now that my identity's been revealed, the usual servant rules say we should fight to the death. But like I said, my master is a coward. They're even telling me to retreat since my spear failed. Are you running away, Lancer? Yeah, follow if you like, Saber. Just know if you do, I'll kill you. He lightly bounces off to the ground. It's a wonder how agile he could still be, but Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him. Jesus. Wait, Lancer! The injured young girl turns to start running in pursuit. You've gotta be kidding me. I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, then she'll go after her and maybe get herself killed. It turns out I need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crashes into the jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I intended to just approach and call up to her, but that right out the moment I got near her. She is completely unbelievable. The shiny silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. Clothing she's wearing, daisy it is, it's a bright, vivid blue. I've never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She is absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun gold. Her face is graceful with trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. How did this happen? Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, hand clamped over her chest. Manages to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't know quite how to respond to that gaze, but then I noticed something. Your wound's gone? The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest, yet there's no outward sign of a wound. At first it was a kind of healing mage trap, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. That must mean she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. The girl's unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what's going on. Who the hell are you? I take half a step back as I ask the question. What do you mean? I am Saber. What do you mean? I am Saber, a servant.
確認をするまでもないでしょう。
You're the one who called me here, so you needn't ask. Saber, servant.
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
Yes, so please address me as Saber. She says it so casually. There's such contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. What? What? Why the hell am I getting agitated? I see, that's a weird name. I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly. But honestly, I don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I ask her what the hell she is? It'd be rude for me to not respond. I'm Shiro. My name is Shiro Amiya, and I live here. There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things. Well, she did give me her name. It's only polite that I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter who I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in my confusion. She moves not an inch. Forget all that. That's not what I'm asking. It's that...
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
I know very well that you're not a typical master. Eh?
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
Yet you are still my master. As long as we have formed a contract, I will not betray you. You need not be on your guard around me. Crap. I heard her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she kept on referring to me as master. You've got it wrong. My name's not
それ
master.
では素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
Very well then. I will call you Shiro. Yes, I like that better. The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet? Wait, why would you choose to address me as that? Ow! A strange sensation tingles from my left hand. Hot! The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears on the back of my left hand like a tattoo. What?
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです、シロ。
Those are called command spells, Shiro.
私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。
There are
むやみな使用は避けるように。
There are 3 spells which command a servant's obedience. They are master's very life, so please use them carefully. On you?
シロ、傷の治療を。
Shiro, please heal me. Her tone is cold now. It seems she's not focused on me, but something elsewhere. Wait, are you asking me? Sorry, but I don't know how to use complicated management like that, and you're already healed anyway? Saber frowns. I feel like I said something that disappoints her.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
Then I shall face them as is. My regeneration is only repaired to superficial damage, but one more battle shouldn't affect me. One more battle? What do you mean?
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒しうる相手です。
There are 2 enemies outside. From what I can sense, I am sure I could defeat him in a few seconds. Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just alone in the yard. Enemies outside? I realize what she means as soon as I say it. Wait, are you gonna keep fighting? I move out thinking. I run as fast as I can towards the gate. Ah! I reach the gate, unlocking with trembling fingers, and jump out. Saber, are you here? I strain to see in the darkness. Thoughts are completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch dark. Now of all times, but I hear something nearby. There. I run to an empty pathway. It all happens in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. And she easily cuts the man in red. Saber raises her arm ready to, before she's able to take his head, an incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red. And effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they unleashed. What? I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. That was a sort of interpretation of magecraft that was way beyond anything I'm capable of. Also, warning for chat, ad starts in about 45 seconds. My old man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it. But I'm not even sure even a first-rate mage could just cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and the Saber drives out the mercilessly. The mage just falls backwards with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemies, levels her invisible sword at them. My mind freezes. There is a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see then that Saber is attacking a human. I can't tell who it is specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone Their blood staining her hand suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. She's going to slit open your throat with that invisible sword. Saber, stop! I scream as loud as I can. Her blade stops cold. It's probably the best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. That tip of the invisible sword isn't one of her opponent's blood just yet. Stop, I beg you, Saber. I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
Why are you stopping me, Shiro? She is Archer's master. I must put an end to her here and now. No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She has only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds her sword at the ready. I'm telling you, wait. You keep calling me master, but I still don't understand what's going on. If you're going to address me that way, then wouldn't it be right to explain yourself first? Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there, staring at me. We're going about this wrong, Saber. I don't even know who you are. But I'll listen if you tell me, so please don't do this. Alright, add son. Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent, stares at me, her lips downturned into satisfaction.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。
What do you mean, don't do this?
あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな。などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Is this an expression of your idealistic belief that people should not needlessly harm each other? Don't needlessly harm each other. Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacking me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょ。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、礼示をもって私を律しなさい。
So you are saying that nobody should take the life of another, even if they be an enemy, correct? I will not obey such an order. One's enemies must be defeated. If you still wish to stop me, then use your command spell to order me. Huh? I'm talking about you. A girl shouldn't go swinging swords around, especially if she's already hurt. Oh wait, I don't even know if that's a sword to begin with. Anyway, you shouldn't be doing this. In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open and stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing like that.
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
So, I'm wondering when Saber here is going to lower her sword. First thing when falling to the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instinctively grips the sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
Give it up. I will never lower my sword in the face of an
あ
enemy.
なたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。
Even though your master is telling you to.
セイバーとマロンサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Is that so? I didn't know servants, especially sabers, defied their masters. Saber grits her teeth. But she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile.
なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
Okay, so I can stand up now, right? Whoever was it that's been underground finally stands. They act brazen as if they pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's your toe stuck up.
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤ君。
Yes, good evening, Emiya. Princess looked at her spies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't even know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real. Well, you were the one who cast me that case on Magecraft earlier, which makes you...
魔術師ってことでしょ。ま、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
A mage. Well, we're pretty much the same, so I guess there's no sense hiding anymore. Yeah. Her being so blunt about it makes me seem like the idiot here.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
Anyway, let's talk inside. I bet you have no clue what's going on, right, Emiya? As she says that, she walks towards the entrance to my house. Wait, Tosaka, what are you thinking? At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, his smile changes into something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。
Don't be silly. I'm thinking about a lot of things. That's why I'm offering to talk.
エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
Emiya, I know you're surprised by all the things that just happened, but sometimes you just have to accept certain things or you'll wind up dead. This, by the way, is one of those times. She glares at me and I can see actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか。エミヤ君のお家にね。
I'm glad you understand. Now let's get inside. Tosaka walks through the gate. She seems real pissed. Oh, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her and she was about to die. But still, maybe it's just my imagination, but I think Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are two completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking in front of me. While a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is silently following behind me. The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension. But I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who apparently is a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, and I have to hold my ground too, or else I'll look stupid. So I can't really think of anything all that significant here. Like Saber, still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we formed a sort of contract, which probably makes her kind of a familiar. I've heard of familiars and assistant mages' use. Most mages transfer a part of their own body into something else and use it as their double, but typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that, they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed the human to control them. Who now require a mage to use over half their own magical energy just to sustain a familiar, though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals who can be controlled with minimal effort, and so aren't any burden. At least that's why I thought. At least that's why I was taught. Is something the matter, Shiro? Nothing. Saber obviously looks human, and she is clearly superior to her master. That is me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circles to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She calls herself a servant. I don't know what she is. That man named Lancer and the man in red Tosaka has in tow are probably all the same. Which means Tosaka can also be called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages. That's probably not much sense comparing any mage to someone like me who can only do strengthening. What's clear is that Rin Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. Jesus. The Emiya family came during Kiritsuga's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. This is why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages, and I don't think Tosaka knew that I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. That Lancer guy is another mage is familiar too. That means I've gotten myself in the middle of some sort of fight between mages. Wow, this place is roomier than expected, and the Japanese style of this room is unique. Oh, Emiya, is this a sitting room? I should really just stop thinking for now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning. Whoa, it's cold in here. Hey, all the windows are all broken. It's not my fault. That Lancer guy attacked me. I didn't really have the time to worry about windows. I see. So you're fighting that guy all by yourself until you summon Saber? I'd say I was more of a punching bag than an opponent, really. Huh, so you don't try to act all tough. I see. You really are exactly as I thought. I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass. She stares at it for a second. She cuts her fingertip and lets a single drop of blood fall onto the window. Yeah. What kind of mage crap is that? Shattered window begins to reassemble itself, return to its original undamaged state in a mere seconds. Jessica, what did you just do? Just a little bit.
助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。
Just a little demonstration. It's not really a fit. Thank you for saving me back there, but I figured I should at least be gracious.
もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
Well, I'm sure you could have fixed it without my help, since doing it this way is just a waste of magical energy. I know you could just replace the windows, but I'd rather not talk in the cold. She says all this like it's a normal thing. My skills are just beyond my comprehension. That's amazing, Tosca. I can't do anything like that, so I appreciate you fixing it.
できないってそんなことないでしょ。
What, you can't do this? No, that can't be right.
ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
Handling glass is like one of the most basic skills. Fixing broken glass is like an entrance exam for any school. Is it now? I only know what my own man taught me, so I don't really know what you would consider the basics.
Huh?
Tosca stops abruptly. Perhaps sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
Wait a minute. You're telling me you're not even a full-fledged mage with his own workshop to manage? Huh? I don't have a workshop. Well, actually, I have the shed I use for training, but I think calling that a workshop would just make Tosaka angrier.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない。
Wait, don't tell me. You don't know how to handle the 5 great elements or make a magical path? I just nod. Whoa, that's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
So you're what, a complete amateur? Not exactly, no. I can at least do some strengthening magecraft.
強化ってまたなんとも半端なのを使うのね。ねえ、それ以外はからっきしってわけ？
Strengthen. Kind of a useless skill if you ask me, so you don't know anything else? Jessica just stares at me. Honestly, probably not. Her stare is so intense, I can't help but be vague in my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
I just don't get how the likes of him could wound up summoning Saber. She sighs disappointed. I don't care much for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Fine, what's done is done, so there's no sense complaining now. More importantly, I owe you and need to pay you back. Let's look at take a pump breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど。
So let's begin.
エミヤ君、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
Let me start by asking, do you really not know anything about the position you're in here? I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
I knew it. It was pretty obvious, but I just wanted to check. It would be a waste of time if I explained all this to someone who knew everything. Like a bit of an extra mental flab. That was a really weird way to put it, but I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
率直に言うと、エミヤ君はマスターに選ばれたの。
Let me get straight to the point. I mean, you've been selected as a master.
どちらかの手に成功があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
You see those sacred marks on their hands. They vary from person to person, but they're typically on the back of your hand or arm. And there should be three strokes of command spells engraved there. They're a mark that proves you are a master. Back of my hand. Oh, you mean this.
それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
Right, take good care of it, since those are the spells that control servants. They're called command spells, and as long as you have them, you can give orders to your servant. What do you mean, as long as I have them?
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、
それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。
Command spells are absolute orders. You might have already figured out that servants have free will, but those engravings on your hand overrule their will, and force them to obey.
発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊呪を使用するって思えば発動するから。
There's no need to chant any kind of incantation. They activate when you think about using them.
ただし、1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。
But each time you use one, you'll lose a stroke, so try to keep yourself to only using 2.
で、その霊呪がなくなったら、エミヤ君は殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
Anyway, just be careful. I'm pretty sure you die in a moment you run out of command spells. Eh? I'm gonna die?
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Yeah, Masters defeating Masters is pretty much how Holy Grail War goes. And the Master who defeats the other 6 is rewarded with the Holy Grail. What? Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosaka's saying. Masters defeat Masters. And they're granting the Holy Grail. And the Holy Grail... And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail?
まだわからない。要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。
Still get it? Look, you basically dragged into a game. Killing game! Whoop 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 whoop!
聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
It's called the Holy Grail, and it's a battle between 7 masters. It's a fight between mages that won't end until only one master remains. Jessica talks about this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. How chosen as a master. Jessica claims to be a master. Familiar is called servants, and the Holy Grail War, a battle to the death between 7 mages. Okay, wait, what the hell are you talking about?
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。
I understand your confusion, but I'm only telling you the truth here.
それにあなただって心の底では理解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
And I'm sure you understand deep down there you're in no position to run away from all this, since you've been nearly killed by a servant not once, but twice. True, that Lancer guy nearly did kill me.
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて、殺されたんだっけ？よく生き返ったわね、エミヤ君。
Oh, right, you weren't almost killed, you were killed. I'm surprised you managed to come back from that. Jessica's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. That guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor to convince him otherwise, and I was only there to die. That's why. Me backing out of this incomprehensible death match doesn't mean the others will do the same.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。
Get it? Okay, I'm gonna tell you a little bit more.
聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。
I don't know why there's a Holy Grail War in the first place.
ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。
But what I do know is that every few decades, 7 masters are selected and are given servants.
私もマスターに選ばれた一人。だからサーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。
I am also one of the chosen masters. That's why I formed a contract with a servant, and you formed one with Saber.
サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。
Think of the servant as a familiar given to you by the Holy Grail to use to win the Holy Grail War.
で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
And as masters, we need to work with our servants to get rid of the other masters. Tozuka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. But one thing she mentioned raises a question. Wait, you say Saber is a familiar, but I don't think she is. Familiars are usually cats or birds. Sure, there are some folks who use ghosts, but Saber has a physical body, but she doesn't look like a familiar to me. I glance over at Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
A familiar. Well, servants might be in that category, but they're on a different level. See, that girl over there is a ghost liner, considered to be one of the strongest of all familiars. A ghost liner, so does that mean she really is a ghost? The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. Residual thoughts of a person with exceptional ability who remains in this world even after their death. That doesn't make sense. Ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possesses a body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。
A ghost? Well, they are similar, but Saber will kill you if you keep thinking like that.
サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄。精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
Servants are incarnated heroes of the past. They're kind of spirit well beyond humans. Huh? Incarnated heroes of the past?
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。
That's right. Whether they're from history or the modern world, these spirits of the dead, legendary heroes are summoned and materialize here.
まあ、呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。
Well, the role of the master is just to summon them, and the Holy Grails will help with the materialization.
魂を形にするなんてのは、一介の魔術師には不可能だもの。ここは強力なアーティファクトの力におんぶしてもらうってわけ。
There's no way a mere mage could give spirits form, so we need to rely on a powerful artifact. So wait a minute. Are you saying that a hero from the past is what? I look at Saber. So she's a hero of the past too. Well, sure, nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still. Well, it's impossible. I've never heard of magecraft like that.
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ、魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
Of course not. This isn't magecraft. Just think of this as a phenomenon brought on by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no way a soul could be recreated and actualized. A recreation of a soul? Does that mean these souls are different than phantoms?
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて、一段階上に昇華するって話、聞いたことない？
Nope. When something, whether that be humans, an animal, or even machinery, achieves something great, they are removed from the cycle of reincarnation and sublimated into something with a higher rank. Didn't you even learn about that?
英霊っていうのはそういう連中よ。
That's what heroic spirits are.
要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。
Put it another way, they're kind of like pseudo-gods who are all worshipped in some way or another.
降霊術とか口寄せとか、そういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。
Seances, mediums, and other common magecraft that deals with spirits just borrow some of the spirit's powers to perform miracles.
けどこのサーバントっていうのは英霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。
But servants are heroic spirits themselves used as familiars.
だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあれば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
That's why they typically accompany you in spirit form, but materialize when it's time to fight if they're needed. So they can switch between spirit form and being corporeal. I don't see your servant right now, so does that mean he's in spirit form right now?
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。
No, he's healing his wound in my compound's summoning circle right now.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら一撃で消滅してたわ。
Remember, Saber wounded him earlier. If I had made him withdraw even a heartbeat later, that blow would have annihilated him.
いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれない。
Listen, only servants in spirit form can defeat other servants in spirit form. We can attack them while they're materialized, so we might be able to defeat him like that.
けど、サーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
But you've noticed all the servants are monstrously strong, right? That's why we should lead the monsters to deal with the monsters, while Masters fang back and serve as support. Jessica's explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel like a fair description of Saber.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。
Anyway, humans who become masters use their summoned servants to defeat other
そ
masters.
のあたりは理解できた？
Did you at least get that much? It's there, yeah, but I'm still not convinced. First of all, what kind of sick mind thought to do this in the first place?
それは私が知るべきことでもないし答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯戦争を監督しているやつに聞きなさい。
That I don't know, nor could I answer even if I did. That sort of question should go to the person overseeing the Holy Grail War.
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
The only thing I could tell you is that you really don't have any choice but to fight, and to use your servant well because they're powerful. As Tosuka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。
Saber, after talking to Emiya, it looks like you were not in your complete form. You're incomplete since you were summoned by an apprentice mage who has no idea what it means to be a master.
ええ、あなたの言う通り、私は万全ではありません。
Yes, you are correct. I'm not in my complete form.
シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも、魔力の回復も難しいでしょう。
Shiro does not have enough magical energy to fully materialize me, which means reverting to spirit form and replenishing magical energy are difficult.
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。
I'm surprised.
弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
I'm surprised. Your situation's worse than I expected, and I didn't think you'd be so honest with me about it. I was actually kind of just subtly trying to find out your weaknesses.
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。
I'm reluctant to reveal my weaknesses to an enemy, but I also do not think I can deceive you. There's no point in hiding your situation from you.
それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで、シローにより深く現状を理解してもらった方がいい。
As such, we are better off if you know our circumstances and give Shiro a better understanding of the situation.
正解。風格も十分と。もう、ますます惜しい。私がセイバーのマスターだったら、こんな戦い勝ったも同然だったのに。
Exactly. How very insightful of you. Ugh, I still can't believe it. If only I was Saber's master, then I would have as good as won this thing. Tosuka, are you saying I'm not fit to be your master?
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Obviously not, you freaking sham. Whoa, anyone with a heart might have softened that blow a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
What, do you have any more questions? But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as a perfect honor student at school slowly crumbles. Issei sure was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところで、そろそろ行きましょうか。
Okay, now that we're at a good spot, let's get going. Tosuka announces this curtly. But it's kind of weird. What? Go? Where?
だから、あなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。
I told you.
君、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
I told you, we're going to go see the guy who knows all about the game, the Holy Grail where you got roped into. You want to know why it happens, right? Yeah, of course, but where are we going? It's already late, and it's far too far.
大丈夫。隣町だから、急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに、明日は日曜なんだから、別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
It's fine. He's just in the next town over, and we can get back home before dawn. Plus, tomorrow is Sunday, so it doesn't matter if we're up late. That's not the issue here. And so much has happened today. I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？まあ、エミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
What? You don't want to go? Fine by me, but what about you, Saber? For some reason, Tosuka's asking for Saber's opinion. Wait, Saber's got nothing to do with this. Don't push her.
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
Oh? Already acting like a master, are we? You don't like me talking to Saber? That's not it. It's just that if everything you said about this whole thing is true, then now it means Saber's a hero from the past. That means she wouldn't know anything about the modern era. That's why.
シロ、 それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのならあらゆる時代に適応します。ですからこの時代のこともよく知っている。
Shiro, you're incorrect. Servants can adapt to any time as long as they are summoned in a human world, so I'm very aware at this age. Eh? You are? Really?
もちろんこの時代に呼び出されたのも一度ではありませんから。
Of course, this is not the first time I've been summoned to this age. What? Seriously?
どんな確率よそれ。
Seriously, what are the odds? Oh hey, Tosaka's surprised too. This must mean that what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。
Shiro.
契約したサーバントとしてシロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Shiro, I agree with her. You lack knowledge as a master. As your contracted servant, I would prefer that you be stronger. Saber silently stares at me. The look on her face tells me she's saying this for my sake and not for her own safety. Fine, guess I have to go, don't I? So where is this place, Tosaka? We can still get back here from there, right?
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Of course we can. Our destination is Kotomi Church, in the next town. That's where the sham priest, the one who oversees this whole battle, lives. Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It's a look at someone who's enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Tosaka has a real nasty side. We walk through the town at night. It's 1 in the morning and there's nobody out this hour. The houses are dark and the sleepy town is cast only in the streetlight's pale glow. Hey, Tosaka, are you planning on walking to the next town?
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。いいんじゃない？たまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
Of course, trains and buses aren't running right now. Sometimes a nighttime stroll is kind of nice. Okay, but I just want to make sure you know how long that walk will take.
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。
About
遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
an hour, right? If it gets too late, we could just grab a taxi on our way back. I don't have that kind of money, says the guy living in a mansion. And my point is more about whether it's safe for a girl to walk around at this hour. You know it's been dangerous recently. I don't want to be responsible if something happens to you.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。エミヤ君は忘れてるみたいだけど、そこにいるセイバーはとんでもなくお強いんだから。
Don't worry, no one's gonna mess with us. You might have forgotten, but Saber here is really strong. Oh, now that she mentioned it, if anyone picks a fight with Saber, they're dead for sure.
リン、シロは今何を言いたかったのでしょう。私には理解できなかったのですが。
Ren, what did Shiro mean by what he said earlier? I did not quite understand.
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも、私たちが痴漢に襲われたら、エミヤ君が助けてくれるんだって。
He really misunderstood our situation. Also, he's an idiot. If he was trying to say he'd swoop into our rescue if someone assaulted us.
そんな、シロは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
That cannot be right. Shiro's my master. Our roles will be reversed if he did that.
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。あいつの頭の中、一度見てみたくなったわね。
Yeah, he's probably not thinking about anything like that. Like, he doesn't care what mages and servants are. Honestly, I'd like to see what's going on in his head. Tosaka and Saber seem to be on a good enough terms to chat now. Saber's been quiet ever since I stopped her from leaving the house as she was. She flatly refused to take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. Now she's just following me and only speaks to Tosaka.
あれ？どっちに行くのよ、エミヤ君。そっち、道が違うんじゃない？
Huh? Where are you going, Emiya? That's the wrong way. We need to go to the bridge, right? Shortcut. I feel a little awkward, right, walking right beside her, so I decided to walk a little faster and took the side path. We enter a park along the riverside. All we need to do is cross the bridge to reach Shinto.
へえ、こんな道あったんだ。そっか。橋には公園からでも行けるんだから、公園を目指せばいいのね。
I didn't know there was a path here. I see. You just need to head to the park since the bridge is inaccessible from the park too. Maybe it's the park at night. Tosuka, as she stands there staring up at the bridge, looks prettier than when I see her at school. This isn't good. Let's just go. We didn't come here to goof off. I remind Tosuka to hurry and start climbing the stairs. Once we reach the road at the side of the bridge, it's a straight stop to Sinto. I'm wondering how the fuck his injuries are doing. Guess anime logic. There's nobody on the bridge. Not surprising, since this bridge isn't exactly busy, even during the day. People tend to take the bus or train to get to the next town, so the pedestrian bridge doesn't see much use. It's a pretty good distance, and the bridge itself seems to be a little unsteady, so people might worry it could collapse anytime. Probably why this isn't a very popular spot for dates, even though the location and ambience are perfect. What's in your head, Shiro? Stop thinking about such stupid crap. They were follow silently while Rin walks beside me. Hurry across the bridge as fast as I can. Try not to think about too much about the two girls with me. Once we cross the bridge, Tosuka leads us to the suburbs. Office buildings near the station only come to mind when I think of Shinto, but are still a traditional townscape on the outskirts. The suburbs are especially prominent in that sense. There are gentle slopes in a hill that overlooks the ocean. The further up the hill you go, the fewer buildings there are, and there is even a foreigner cemetery built along the hillside. The church is at the top of the hill. Have you never been? Nope, never. Though I do know it used to be an orphanage. I see. If this is your first time, you might want to brace yourself. The church's brace isn't exactly the easiest man to deal with. I look up and see a shadow that must be the building on top of the hill. A church atop a hill. I never imagined a circumstance like this is what would bring me back to God's house. Whoa, it's amazing. The church is magnificent. The whole hilltop seems to be church grounds, and I'm greeted by a huge open space the moment I reach the top of the hill. The church at the other side of the vast open space isn't all that big, but seems to loom over everything, intimidating any visitors. Shiro, I'll stay behind. Eh? Why? We came all this way. I can't just leave you here. My purpose was not to visit the church, but to protect you along the way. If your destination is the church, then you will not stray far from it. So I will wait here for your return. Neighbor is frank in her response. I can't see her budging at this point, so I decided to respect her decision. Alright, then I'll be back. Yes, and do not let your guard down, no matter who you are dealing with, Master. The chapel is large and majestic. It must see many visitors during the day, based on the number of pews in the chapel. The priest must have incredible authority responsible for a church as grand as this one. Tosuka, what kind of man is this priest here? Oh, he's a sociopath, don't worry about it. Anyway, it's kind of hard to explain. I've known him for over a decade now, but I still can't figure him out. Known him for over a decade? That's a long time to know someone. Are you two related or something? No, but he's my guardian. On top of that, as a disciple, he's my senior and my second mentor. A senior disciple as a mage? Yeah, why is that such a surprise? He's a priest, right? Aren't priests forbidden from using magecraft? Mages and churches have never mixed well. Mages belong to a large organization called the Mages Association, but there's also a hidden group operating in the shadow of the most widespread religion, not one normal people would ever hear about or want to get involved with, known as the Holy Church. The two have nothing in common. They may have a sort of surface alliance, but they're constantly trying to kill each other given half a chance. The church loathes heretics. They are out to eliminate anything inhuman in the world, including users of magecraft. In the church's eyes, only saints are permitted to perform miracles. All other humans' miracles are heresy. There are no exceptions, even for those within the church. The higher the position one is within the church, the more they are forbidden from the impurity of magecraft. It goes without saying that the more blessings someone receives from God, especially someone who's in charge of a church like this, the further distance they should take from magecraft. Actually, I didn't know the priest here was on our side.
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役を任されたやつだもの。バリッバリの大公社よ。まあ、最も神のご加護があるかどうかは疑問だけど。
Yep, he's the one supervising the Holy Grail War, so he's definitely an agent. Well, whether he's actually received any blessing from God is an open question. Jessica's footsteps echo as she walks towards the altar. I'm not sure whether he's supposed to be walking around here without a priest, but it's pretty late. The priest wouldn't be in the chapel at this hour. I guess he'd be in his private room out back. Oh, so what's this priest's name? I think he said Kotomina or something earlier.
名前は琴峰綺麗。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。まあ、できれば知り合いたくなかったけど。
His name is Kirei Kotomine. He's my father's disciple, and unfortunately, I've known him for over 10 years. If I had any choice, I'd rather have not ever met him.
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなかった。
I assure you the feeling is mutual. I never wish for a pupil who refuses to respect our mentor. Tap, tap, I hear footsteps. A man slowly emerges from the far side of the altar. He must have noticed when we entered the chapel.
再三の呼び出しにも応じぬと思えば、変わった客を連れてきたな。彼が7人目というわけか、リン。
I've been calling you, Ren, but you haven't answered. And now you bring me a strange guest. So he's the seventh friend?
そう。一応魔術師だけど、中身は点で素人だから見てられなくって。
Right, he is a mage apparently, but he's a complete amateur. It's frustrating as hell.
確かマスターになったものは、ここに届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね。あんたたちが勝手に決めたルールだけど、今回は守ってあげる。
And the rules say to report here when someone becomes a master, right? It's that stupid rule your group made up, but I figure I follow it this time.
それは結構。なるほど。ではその少年には感謝しなくてはな。
How commendable of you. Well then, I must thank this young man. The priest slowly looks me over. I unconsciously step back. I'm not afraid, and I don't sense any hostility from this priest. But the ways he carries himself, he just gives off this indescribable aura of intimidation.
私はこの教会を任されている。琴峰綺麗というものだが。
My name is Kirei Kotomine, and I've been entrusted to run this church.
君の名は何というのかな。7人目のマスターへ。
What is your name, seventh master? It's Shiro Emiya, but I don't remember signing up to be a master. I brace myself, glaring at the priest as to not buckle under the intimidating presence.
Emiya?
Shiro Emiya. Huh? The intimidating aura grows chillingly. The priest smiles as if pleased. That smile of his. I can't explain it, but it makes me...
礼を言う、エミヤ。よくリンを連れてきてくれた。君がいなければあれは最後までここには訪れなかったろう。
I must thank you, Emiya. You brought Rin here. If it wasn't for you, she would have never set foot in this church. The priest makes his way to the altar. Tosaka, on the other hand, just looks bored as he moves away from the altar and comes to stand next to me.
では始めよう。エミヤシロ。君はセイバーのマスターで間違いはないか
Then let us begin. Shiro Emiya, you are Saber's master, correct? That's not entirely true. I did form a contract with Saber, but I have no idea what the hell masters and a Holy Grail wards are. If proper mages are the only ones who can be masters, then you should pick a different master.
なるほど。これは重症だ。彼は本当に何も知らないのか、リン。
I see. This is a pity. Does he really know nothing, Ren?
だから素人だって言ったじゃない。そのあたりからしつけてあげて。そういう追い込み得意でしょ、あんた。
I told you he's a complete novice. You need to teach him from the ground up. And you're good at pushing people like that, aren't you? Tosaka practically pawns me off on the priest, still looking bored.
ほう。これは。そういうことか。
Oh, I see. So that's your plan.
よかろう。お前が私を頼ったのはこれが初めてだ。
Very well. This is the first time you've ever depended on me for anything.
エミやシロには感謝をしてもしたぎないな。
It seems I cannot thank Shirowamiya enough for bringing me this opportunity. The more I hear them talk, the more uneasy I get.
まず君の勘違いを正そう。
First, let me address some of your misconceptions.
いいかエミやシロ。マスターというものは他人に譲れるものではないし、なってしまった以上やめられるものでもない。
Listen to me, Shirowamiya. The role of a master isn't something you can simply pass on to someone else, nor is it something that, after you've been chosen, you can simply quit.
その腕に礼儀を刻まれた者は、たとえ何者であろうとマスターを辞めることはできん。まずはその事実を受け入れる。
Once command spells are engraved on one's hand, there is no means by which they can resign from being a master regardless of who they might be. I can't quit? Why not?
礼儀とは聖魂でもある。マスターとは与えられた試練だ。都合が悪いからといって放棄することはできん。
Command spells are sacred marks. They are a trial placed upon masters. You can't simply forfeit because it's inconvenient.
その痛みからは聖杯を手に入れるまでは解放されない。
You will not be released from its pain unless the Holy Grail is obtained.
お前がマスターを辞めたいというのであれば、聖杯を手に入れ、斧が望みを叶えるより他はあるまい。そうなれば、何もかもが元通りだぞ、エミヤシロ。
If you want to resign from being a master, the only thing you can do is obtain the Holy Grail and have your wish granted. Do this and everything can go back to normal for you, Shirowamiya.
お前の望み、その内に溜まった泥をすべてかき出すこともできる。そうだ。初めからやり直すこととて可能だろうよ。
Anything you desire, even ridding yourself of the impure mud within you, is possible. Why, even starting over entirely is possible.
故に望むがいい。
And so, you should desire it.
もしその時が来るのなら、君はマスターに選ばれた幸運に感謝するのだからな。その目に見えぬ火傷の跡を消したいのならば、聖魂を受け入れるだけでいい。
Should the time come, you will be grateful for your luck in being chosen as a master. If you wish to be rid of those unseen bird scars you have, you simply have to accept that sacred mark. What? I feel faint. The priest's words don't make any sense. The more I listen, the more I'm confused. Yet his words permeate my mind, staining me like blood.
キレ、回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。誰も傷を開けなんて言ってない。
You're right, don't be so obtuse. I asked you to explain the rules to him. I never asked you to open up his old wounds. Her voice interrupts the priest's words. Tosaka? My confused mind snaps back.
そうか。こういった手合いには何を言っても無駄だからな。せめて勘違いしたまま、道徳を拭い去ってやろうと思ったのだが。
I believe nothing else would sink in for someone like him, so I thought I would at least break down his morality while he is still confused.
情けは人のためならずとはよく言ったものだ。つい私自身も楽しんでしまったか。
Well, I suppose kindness isn't always entirely for the benefit of the recipient. I must admit, I did enjoy that quite a lot.
何よ、彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
What, does helping him do you any good?
あるとも。人を助けるということはいずれ自身を救うということだからな。
Of course, helping people means saving yourself
それ
and...
はお前にといても始まる前。
You're done? Okay. Of course, helping people means saving yourself in the end. I suppose there's not much sense in me lecturing you about that, though.
では本題に戻ろうか、エミヤシロ。
Let me return to the matter at hand, Shirowamiya.
君が巻き込まれたこの戦いは聖杯戦争と呼ばれるものだ。
You find yourself involved in what is known as the Holy Grail War.
7人のマスターが7人のサーバントを用いて繰り広げる争奪戦ということぐらいはリンから聞いているか。
It is a battle waged using 7 servants commanded by 7 masters. I hope Rin would have at least told you that. Yeah, she did. She told me about the whole ridiculous thing where 7 masters participate in a battle to the death.
そうだ。だが我らとて好きでこのような非道を行っているわけではない。
Correct, but we are not indulging in such cruelty for entertainment.
すべてが聖杯を得るにふさわしいものを選抜するための儀式だ。
It is a ritual to determine who is worthy of obtaining the Holy Grail.
何しろ物が物だからな。所有者の選定にはいくつかの試練が必要だ。
For such a powerful item as that, rigorous trials must be conducted to determine who should possess it. The hell with trials? I bet this priest doesn't even think of the Holy Grail War as a trial at all. Wait, you keep saying Holy Grail. What even is that? You don't mean the actual Holy Grail, right? The Holy Grail. A goblet said to have received the blood of a saint. It is considered to be one of the greatest sacred relics of all time, and it is said to perform a variety of miracles. One of the most widely held beliefs is that whoever holds the Holy Grail can possess the entire world. That seems kind of unlikely, since the Holy Grail itself probably doesn't even exist. Stories of a Holy Grail that can grant any wish appear in numerous myths and legends around the world. That's about it. A mythical power that none claim that has ever actually existed or been replicated. That is a Holy Grail. So what is it, Kirei Kotomina? Is the Holy Grail you speak of really the Holy Grail?
もちろんだとも。この町に現れる聖杯は本物だ。その証拠の一つとして、サーバントなどという法外な奇跡が起きているだろう。
Of course it is. The Holy Grail that appears in this town is real. If you want proof, the appearance of the servants themselves is a miracle, isn't it?
過去の英霊を呼び出し刺激する。いいな。すでに死者の蘇生に近いこの奇跡は魔法と言える。
Summoning heroic spirits in the past and utilizing them. It is a miracle close enough to the resurrection of the dead that it can be considered magic.
これだけの力を持つ聖杯ならば、持ち主に無限の力を与えよう。物の心眼など、その事実の前には無価値だ。
A holy grail of such power must in turn grant its owner limitless power. While considering the truth of how powerful it is, its authenticity hardly matters. So what he's saying is that as long as the object possesses power that surpasses the real thing, it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. Fine, let's assume that's really a Holy Grail. Then why would something like the Holy Grail War need to happen? If the Holy Grail exists, we shouldn't be killing each other over it. Something so amazing should be shared.
もっともな意見だが、そんな自由は我々にはない。
A reasonable opinion. However, not an option we have the luxury of.
聖杯を手にする者はただ一人。
Only one can obtain the Holy Grail.
それは私たちが決めたのではなく、聖杯自体が決めたことだ。
We cannot ourselves choose who. That's for the Grail to decide.
7人のマスターを選ぶのも、7人のサーバントを呼び出すのも、すべては聖杯自体が行うこと。
The selection of 7 masters and the summoning of 7 servants are all determined by the Holy Grail itself.
これは儀式だと言っただろう。聖杯は自らを持つにふさわしい人間を選び、彼らを競わせて、ただ一人の持ち主を選定す
る。Crikey. I mentioned that this was a ritual. The Holy Grail selects those who are worthy of possessing it, and then against each other, and then each against the others that select the soul bearer.
それが聖杯戦争。聖杯に選ばれ、手に入れるために殺し合う。恒例儀式というわけだ。
That is what a Holy Grail War is, a sort of necromantic ritual where those chosen by the Holy Grail fight to the death to obtain it. Yet so matter of fact about it all. I have no response, so I just stare at my left hand. There's an inscription on my hand, a mark of these two call a command spell. As long as I have this mark, I'm told that I can't quit being a master. That still doesn't make sense. Just because only one person can be selected, there's no reason for all the other masters to die.
ちょっと待って。殺すしかないっていうのは誤解よ、ヘミヤ君。別にマスターを殺す必要はないんだから。
Wait a minute. You don't actually have to kill them, Emiya. The ritual just doesn't require you to kill the masters. Huh? But you said it was a battle to the death. Even Kotomina said that.
殺し合いだ。
You do kill each other.
キレイは黙ってて。あのね、この町に伝わる聖杯っていうのは霊体なの。だから物としてあるわけじゃなくて、特別な儀式で呼び出す。つまり降霊するしかないってわけ。
Kirei, shush. Okay, so the Holy Grail here is in spiritual form. It's not tangible as an object. It needs to be summoned in a special ritual, kind of like a seance.
で、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これが霊体である以上、私たちには触れられない。 この意味わかる？
Summoning it can be done just by us mages, but as long as it's in spirit form, we can't touch it. Do you understand what that means? I do. Only spirit forms can only can touch other spirit forms. Oh, so that's why you need servants.
そういうこと。ぶっちゃけた話、聖杯戦争っていうのは自分のサーバント以外のサーバントを撤去させるってことよ。だからマスターを殺さなければならないという決まりはないの。
Exactly. To put it in simple terms, the goal in the Holy Grail War is for you to eliminate all the other servants other than your own. There's no rule that you have to kill the masters. Why didn't they tell me that earlier? Honestly, Tosaka and that priest are both pretty wicked. But that's a relief. That means Tosaka won't have to die even if I do join the Holy Grail War.
なるほど。そういう考えもできるか。
I suppose that's one way to look about it.
ではエミヤシロ、一つ尋ねるが。
Then let me...
自分のサーバントを倒せると思うか?
You done? Okay. Let me ask you, Shiroamiya, do you think you could beat your own servant? Defeat Saber? Of course not. Besides, Magecraft is useless against her, and she's insanely strong with her sword.
ではもう一つ尋ねよう。つまらぬ問いだが、君は自分がサーバントより優れていると思えるか?
Then one more question for you, though it may be a trifling one. Do you think of yourself superior to your servant? What? What the hell is... Why the hell is he asking this? I can't be Saber, and there's no way I'm better than her. The answer to both of those questions is that I'm weaker than my servant. Oh.
そういうことだ。サーバントはサーバントをもってしても破りがたい。ならばどうするか?
Now you get it. Servants have enough trouble defeating other servants, so what could you do?
そら、実に単純な話だろう。サーバントはマスターがいなければ存在できぬ。いかにサーバントが強力であろうと、マスターが潰されれば、そのサーバントも消滅する。
It's simple, really. A servant cannot exist without their master. No matter how powerful the servant, they will disappear once the master is killed. Which means... Now I get it. Nobody would make things harder for themselves. Someone wanted to make sure that one, killing the master would be the much easier path. Yeah, I get it now. It's easier to defeat the master than the servant. Let me ask you this then. If the servant is defeated first, is their master no longer a master? If the servants are the only ones who could touch the Holy Grail, then a master who lost his servant becomes obsolete, right?
いや、霊樹がある限りマスターの権利は残る。マスターとはサーバントと契約できる魔術師のことだ。霊樹があるうちはいくらでもサーバントと契約できる。
Now, as long as the command spell remains, they still have the right to remain a master. A master is simply a mage who can make a contract with a servant. As long as they have a command spell, they can form contracts with as many servants as they want.
マスターを失ったサーバントはすぐに消えるわけではない。彼らは体内の魔力が尽きるまでは現世にとどまれる。そういったマスターを失ったサーバントがいれば、サーバントを失ったマスターとて再契約が可能となる。宣戦復帰ができるというわけだ。
A servant who loses a master does not disappear immediately. They can remain in this world until they run out of magical energy. Servants who lose their masters and masters who lose their servant can forge a new contract together and return to the battle.
だからこそ、マスターはマスターを殺すのだ。下手に生かしておけば、新たな障害になる可能性があるからな。
Which is why masters seek to kill other masters, allowing others to live may pose a greater risk later on. So what if you use up your command spells? Does that mean you can't form another contract with another servant, and the servant who gets freed will pair up with another master?
待って、それは...
Warning for chat, out in a minute. Wait, that's...
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえ使い切ってしまえば、マスターの責務からは解放されるな。
You are correct. If you use up all your command spells, you will be freed from your duties as master.
もっとも、強力な魔術を行える霊樹を無駄に使うなどという魔術師がいるとは思えないが。
Although, it's hard to believe any mage will waste their command spells, since each can perform extremely powerful magecraft.
いたとしたら、そいつは半人前どころか、ただのふぬけということだろう。
And if there were to be such a master, they would be a fool as well as a coward. The priest laughs as if he could see right through me. This is starting to get to me. The priest's tone is provoking.
納得がいったか。ならばルールの説明はここまでだ。
Do you understand now? Then here endeth the lesson.
さて、それでは初めに戻ろうエミヤシロ。
Now, let us return to where we began, Shiro Amiya.
君はマスターになったつもりはないと言ったが、それは今でも同じなのか。
You mentioned that you had no intention of becoming a master. Do you still feel that way?
マスターを放棄するというのならそれもよかろう。
If you want to forfeit your position as master, that's fine too.
君が今考えた通り、レイジを使い切ってセーバーとの契約を立てばよい。その場合、聖杯戦争が終わるまで、君の安全は私が保証する。
As you have just pointed out, you can use up your command spells to terminate your contract with Saber. Should you do so, I guarantee your safety until the Holy Grail War ends. What? Oh, ad break. Oh, is that why he's a fucking alter ego? Nepgeo? Oh my fucking god, it's a deep cut. Oh. It's been an hour since that. Jesus Christ, talk about expedition. What? Hold on a minute. Why the hell would you need to guarantee my safety? I can protect myself.
私とて、お前に構うほど暇ではない。だがこれも決まりでな。
I honestly do not have the time to look after you, but those are the rules.
私は繰り返される聖杯戦争を監督するために派遣された。
I have been assigned to oversee this repeating Holy Grail War.
故に、聖杯戦争による犠牲は最小限にとどめなくてはならないのだ。
Thus, I must ensure the sacrifices made during the Holy Grail War be kept to a minimum.
マスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護するのは監督役として最優先事項なのだよ。
Protecting the safety of mages who are no longer masters is one of my most important responsibilities as the overseer. Did you say repeating Holy Grail War? Hold on a minute. It repeats? Doesn't it mean this a battle like this happened before? What the hell do you mean? Are you saying this isn't the first Holy Grail War?
無論だ。
Of course.
なければ監督役などというものが派遣されると思うか。
Of course not. Do you think an overseer would have been dispatched if this were the first time?
この教会は聖遺物を回収する任を帯びる特務局の末端でな。本来は聖十字の調査、回収を旨とするが、ここでは聖杯の査定の任を帯びている。
This church is a special agency responsible for collecting relics. Our organization's original goal was to investigate and recover the true cross, but here our duty is to assess the Holy Grail.
極東の地に観測された第726聖杯を調査し、これが正しいものであるのなら回収し、そうでなければ否定しろとな。
Our job is to investigate the 726th Holy Grail that was detected in the Far East and recover it, and if it is indeed real. And if it is not real, we will repudiate it. 726? Are there really that many Holy Grails?
さあ、少なくともらしきものならばそれだけの数があったということだろう。
Who knows? At the very least, that means there are that many objects thought to be Holy Grails.
そしてその中の一つがこの町で観測される聖杯であり、聖杯戦争だ。
And one of those is the Holy Grail observed in this town, which triggered a Holy Grail War.
記録では200年ほど前が一度目の戦いになっている。
According to extant records, the first battle occurred about 200 years ago.
以後、約50年周期でマスターたちの戦いは繰り返されている。
Since then, masters have fought over it every 50 years or so.
聖杯戦争はこれで5度目。 前回が10年前であるから今までで最短のサイクルということになるが
This will be the 5th Holy Grail War. The last one happened about 10 years ago, so this is the shortest cycle yet. What? Are you all insane? You guys have done this thing 4 times already?
全く同感だお前の言う通り連中はこんなことを何度も繰り返してきたのだよ
I quite agree. As you pointed out, this has been repeated many times. That's right.
過去繰り返された聖杯戦争はことごとく苛烈を極めてきたマスターたちは斧が欲望に突き動かされ魔術師としての教えを忘れただ無差別に殺し合いを行った
In the past, repeated Holy Grail wars have been exceedingly fierce. Masters were driven by their own desires as they killed each other indiscriminately, forgetting their disciplines as mages.
君も知っていると思うが魔術師にとって魔術を一般社会で使用することは第一の罪悪だ魔術師は斧が正体を人々に知られてはならないのだからな
You may already know this, but the biggest sin is to commit as a mage is practicing magecraft within normal society. Mages must never reveal their identities to others.
だが過去のマスターたちはそれを破った
But the masters of the past broke that law.
魔術協会は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したがそれが間に合ったのは3度目の聖杯戦争でなその時に派遣されたのが私の父というわけだが納得がいったか少年
The Mages Association finally dispatched an overseer to crack down on masters like them, but that system was only put in place by the time of the 3rd Holy Grail War. And that first overseer was my father. Does that make sense now, my boy? Yeah, I get that an overseer is needed. But based on what you just said, this Holy Grail War is fundamentally a bad thing, right?
立ちが悪いとはどのあたりだ
Oh, in what way is it fundamentally bad? The previous masters willingly broke the laws of mages, right? Then let's say if the Holy Grail is real. If whoever survives and wins is selfish and uses the Holy Grail for their own selfish purposes, wouldn't it be pretty bad if the Holy Grail went to someone who has no problem killing people? If the Association's job is to supervise mages, shouldn't you be the one punishing those types of folks? I'm hoping to finally confuse him with this question. But as I figured, Mina just laughs condescendingly.
まさか私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい我々が管理するのは聖杯戦争の決まりだけだその後のことなど知らんどのような人格が聖杯を手に入れようが教会は関与しない
Is that why the Nazis got him in the Apocrypha timeline? Anyway, of course not. All mages are motivated by their self-interest. I'm only responsible for managing the rules of the Holy Grail War. I do not care what happens afterwards. The Association does not intervene, no matter what sort of person obtains the Holy Grail. But that's absurd. What happens if the Holy Grail is obtained by a master who's absolutely the worst?
困るなだが私たちではどうしようもない持ち主を選ぶのは聖杯だそして聖杯に選ばれたマスターを止める力など私たちにはない
That would be bad, but it is out of our control. The Holy Grail is the one that chooses its owner, and we do not have the power to stop a master who has been chosen by the Holy Grail.
何しろ望みを叶える杯だ手に入れたものはやりたい放題だろうさ
You see, it is a chalice capable of granting any desire. Whoever obtains it will be able to do as they please, I am sure.
しかしそれが嫌だというのならお前が勝ち残ればいい他人を当てにするよりはその方が何よりも確実だろう
So, if that idea troubles you, then your path is clear. Survive and win. Doing this yourself will be the approach most certain to work, as opposed to relying on others, correct? Well, to me, he's clearly trying to suppress his laughter. It's like he's enjoying watching my awkward resistance to becoming a master.
どうした少年今のはいいアイデアだと思うのだが参考にする気はないのかな
What's wrong, Shonen? I thought that was a rather good idea. Care to accept it? That's none of your business. First of all, I have no reason to fight. I'm not even interested in the Holy Grail. Nor do I feel like a master even if you tell me otherwise.
では聖杯を手に入れた人間が何をするかそれによって最悪が起きたとしても 興味はないのだな。
Oh, so do you not care what the winner of the Holy Grail does with it, even if it may lead to a great catastrophe? Well, that... I can't argue. Damn, this guy is just so hard to deal with. He doesn't care about my feelings. He is relentless with the information he pushes on me.
理由がないのならそれも結構。ならば、10年前の出来事にも、お前は関心を持たないのだな。
If you have no reason to fight, that is fine too. That must mean you do not care about what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago?
そうだ。前回の聖杯戦争の最後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。そのマスターが何を望んでいたかは知らん。我々にわかるのは、その時に残された災害の爪痕だけだ。
That's right. Towards the end of the previous Holy Grail War, an unworthy master touched the Holy Grail. I do not know what that master desired. All we know is the disaster that followed. For a second, the image of that hell flashes before my eyes. Wait, don't tell me that.
そうだ。この町に住む者なら誰もが知っている出来事だよ。エミやシロ。
That's right. It is the catastrophe everyone in this town knows very well.
死傷者500名。焼け落ちた建物は実に134棟。未だもって原因不明とされるあの火災こそが聖杯戦争による爪痕だ。
500 people were killed or wounded. 134 buildings burned to the ground. That fire, which was still unexplained to this day, was a consequence of the Holy Grail War. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose my focus and can't concentrate. My legs are about to buckle. Before that can happen, I plant my feet. I grit my teeth to maintain my composure. Raw, seething anger is the only thing holding my nausea at bay.
エミヤ君どうしたのよいきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃってそりゃあんまり気持ちのいい話じゃなかったけどそのほらなんなら少し休んだりする
Emiya, what's wrong? Your way is a sheet. I know that wasn't a pleasant topic to bring up, but come on, why don't you rest a bit? You must have looked real pale. I know it's rare for a person like Tosaka to be concerned about the like of me. Don't worry, I feel better after seeing you look at me so weird.
ちょっとそれどういう意味よ
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Exactly what I said, so don't worry about it.
ならいいけど余計に悪いじゃないこのド変僕
I guess that's okay. Hey, that's even worse, you blockhead. The school's honor student, Rin Tosaka, smacked me upside the head. And just like that, my nausea and anger disappeared. Thanks, you really did me a favor, so don't beat me up too much, Tosaka. There's still a few things I have to ask. Something in your expression suggests you still think she hasn't hit me enough, but she lets me continue anyway.
ほう、まだ質問があるのか。いいぞ。言いたいことは全て言ってしまえ。
Oh, you still have questions? By all means, out with it. I'm sure he knows exactly what I want to ask, but he urges me on anyway. Fine by me. I'm not letting him get the better of me. Let me ask you this. You said that this is the fifth Holy Grail War, so has anyone ever obtained the Holy Grail?
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅などという決めは起き。
Of course, not every war ends with everyone dead. Then...
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。何しろ聖杯自体はこの教会で管理している。手に取るだけならば私は毎日触れているぞ。
Don't jump to conclusions. Obtaining it is the easy part. After all, the search actually manages is in possession of the Holy Grail. If you're wondering whether someone has touched it, I'll let you know that I touch it every day. That sounds terrible out of context. Don't be a kid, diddler. What? The Holy Grail is here in the church.
もっともそれは器だけだ。中身が空なのだよ。先ほどリンが言っただろう。聖杯とは霊体だと。
Well, it's just a vessel. It is quite empty. As Ren said earlier, the Holy Grail is in spirit
こ
form.
の教会に保管してあるのは極めて精巧に作られた聖杯のレプリカだ。これを触媒にして本物の聖杯を降霊させ 願いを叶える杯にする。そうだな。マスターとサーバントの関係に近いか。なあ、そうやって一時的に本物となった聖杯を手にした男は確かにいた。
The church is safekeeping a well-made replica of the Holy Grail. We use it as a catalyst to draw the real Holy Grail out and create the wish-granting device it becomes. I suppose it is similar to a master and servant relationship. And yes, there was indeed a man who obtained the Holy Grail which temporarily turned real. So the Holy Grail was real. Okay, what happens to the guy who obtained it?
どうにもならん。その聖杯は完成には至らなかった。バカな男がつまらぬ干渉に流された結果だよ。
Nothing. The Holy Grail never reached its complete form because a foolish man let his sentiments get the better of him. What? I don't know what happened to his overbearing attitude from a moment ago, but the priest suddenly looks, of all things, regretful. What do you mean? Didn't the Holy Grail appear?
聖杯を表すだけならば簡単だ。7人のサーバントが揃い、時間が経てば聖杯は現れる。リンの言う通り、確かに他のマスターを殺める必要などないのだ。
Manifesting the Holy Grail is easy. 7 servants appear, and then sometime later the Holy Grail does as well. As Rin pointed out, there's no need to kill the other masters.
だがそれでは聖杯は完成しない。あれは自らを得るにふさわしい持ち主を選ぶ。故に、戦いを回避した男には聖杯など手に入らなかった。
But that's not enough to complete a Holy Grail. The Grail selects a worthy owner. For that reason, a man who has avoided the battle was unable to obtain the Holy Grail.
要するに、他のマスターと決着をつけずに聖杯を手に入れても無意味ってことでしょ
It just means it's useless to obtain the Holy Grail without settling things with the other masters.
前回、一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
The master who first got their hands on the Holy Grail during the last war was just a wuss. They didn't want to fight other masters and just ran away from the Holy Grail. Jessica almost spits the words, and it goes back to averting her eyes from Kotomine. You're kidding. Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters from the previous war, and even though he obtained the Holy Grail, he dropped it out because he refused to fight? Kotomine, he didn't fight.
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。
I did, halfway, but I made a bad decision. Consequently, I only attained the empty Holy Grail.
もっとも、私ではそれが限界だったろう。何しろ他のマスターたちはどいつもこいつも化け物揃いだったからな。私は真っ先にサーバントを失い、そのまま父に保護されたよ。
I suppose that must have been my limit anyway. The rest of the masters were all monstrously strong, terrifying even. I immediately lost my servant, and I was taken under my father's protection.
思えば、監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなど、その時点であってはならぬことだったのだ。
In retrospect, the son of the overseer shouldn't have become a master in the first place.
父はその折に亡くなった。以後、私は監督役を引き継ぎ、この教会で聖杯を守っている。
It led to my father's death. After that, I assumed his role as overseer, and have been protecting the Holy Grail at this church. Kotomine turns his back to me as he speaks. He has reverence in his voice, and I see the devotion in his eyes before he turns.
話はここまでだ。
We have nothing further to discuss.
聖杯を手にする資格がある者は、サーバントを従えたマスターのみ。君たち7人が最後の一人となった時、聖杯はおのずと勝者のもとに現れよう。
Those qualified to obtain the Holy Grail are masters who have servants. The moment there is only one of the 7 of you left standing, the Holy Grail shall manifest before you.
その戦い、聖杯戦争に参加するかの意思を
So
ここで決めよう。
So tell me, will you join this Holy Grail war? The priest looked straight down at me, demanding my final decision. I'm at a loss for words. Earlier, I had no reason to fight. Now I have a reason and a will to fight. But can I truly say as much?
まだ迷っているのか。
Are you still unsure?
いいか。マスターというものはなろうとしてなれるものではない。そこにいるリンは 長く魔術師として修練してきたが、だからといってマスターになるのが決定されていたわけではないのだ。
Listen, you do not become a master just by saying it's what you want. Renee has been training as a mage for many years, but that never meant she was guaranteed to be a master.
決定されていたものがあるとすれば、それは心構えができていたかいないかだけだろう。
The only thing you can decide beforehand is whether you prepare yourself to be a master or not.
マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけだ。魔術師ならばとうに覚悟などできているよ。
Only mages can be selected to be masters. If you are a mage, you should have already been prepared.
それがないというのならば仕方があるまい。
However, if you're still lacking resolve, there's nothing to be done.
お前も、お前を育てたしも出来損ないだ。そんな魔術師に戦われても迷惑だからな。今ここでレイジを消してしまえ。
But that makes both you and your mentor failures. A mage like you would only be a nuisance in battle, so you might as well get rid of your command spells right here, right now. He doesn't even need to ask anything else. I'm not gonna run away. To be honest, all this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't feel real to me. My only choices are to fight or run, and I'll never run away. Even the priest told me that I should be prepared if I'm a mage. That's why I need to decide. Shiro Amiya is a mage, even if not yet a fully fledged one. I'm always admired Kiritsugu Amiya, and I decided to follow in his footsteps to be a champion of justice, so I need to. I will fight as a master. If you're telling me that the cause of the fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail War, I can't let something like that happen again. The priest gives me a satisfied smile as if he likes my answer. I take a deep breath. I am done wavering. A man has said he's going to fight. The only thing to do from now on is to move forward, head home high, so I can live up to that. Then I shall acknowledge you as Saber's master. And as of this moment, the Holy Grail War has been accepted.
マスターが残り一人になるまでこの町における魔術戦を許可する。おのおのが自身の誇りに従い存分に競い合え。
From here on, until only one master remains, mage-craft battles are permitted. Each participant shall put their full efforts into the competition in accordance with their own principles. The priest's voice echoes heavily through the chapel. The declaration is utterly meaningless. Only Tosakai and I are here to hear it anyway. Just rang a metaphorical bell to kick things off as a formality, I guess.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？キレ。
But that's that. But before I go home, here to answer a question, Kirei.
構わんよ。これが最後かもしれんのだ。
I don't mind. This may.
の疑問には答えよ。
I don't mind. This may be the final one, so I shall try to answer as much as I can.
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってるんでしょ？こっちは教会のルールに従ってあげたんだから、それぐらい教えなさい。
Then no holds barred. Since you're the overseer, you probably have information on all the other masters. I'm following the association's rules, so you should be able to disclose that for me.
それは困ったな。教えてやりたいのは山々だが、私も詳しくは知らんのだ。
Well, I'm not sure what to do. I really do want to tell you, but I actually do not know the details.
エミやシロウも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。私が知り得るマスターは2人だけだ。エミやシロウを加えれば3人か。
Well, I do know there isn't many legitimate mages this time around. As is the case with Shiro Amiya, I only know 2 masters. Or rather, with the inclusion of him, I know 3.
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ?
Is that so? But you at least know the order the servants are summoned in.
監視役なんだから。
You are the overseer.
1番手はバーサーか。2番手はキャスターだな。あとはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出された。
Well, the first was Berserker, the second was Caster. There was not much difference after that. Archer was summoned a few days back, while Saber was summoned just a few hours ago.
そう。それじゃあこれで。
I see, then that means...
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということだ。
This means the Holy Grail War has officially started.
聖杯戦争が終わるまで、この教会に足を運ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたら、それは
Ren, until the Holy Grail War concludes, you are not permitted to step foot in this church. The only time you will be allowed would be...
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。それ以外にあんたを頼ったら減点ってことね。
If I lost the servant in Astro Sanctuary, right? Or I will get penalized if we seek for your help.
そう。おそらく君が勝者になるだろうが、減点がついては教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない論議の末、君から聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
Correct, you're most likely to win, but the church would not simply ignore any marks against you. They will not hesitate to take the Holy Grail from you for whatever asinine reason. That would be the worst possible outcome for me.
エセ神父、教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
You're such a fucking fraud of a priest. A man from the church signing with the Mages Association.
私は神に仕える身だ。教会に仕えているわけではない。
I simply serve God. I do not serve the church.
よく言うわ。だからエセなのよ、あんたは。
Listen to you. This is why you're a fraud. Tosaka turns her back on the priest. Without saying goodbye, she makes her way towards the exit. Hey, is that okay to do, Tosaka? Isn't he your senior? Shouldn't you have a little bit more to say than that?
いいわよ、そんなの。むしろ縁が切れてせいせいするぐらいだもの。そんなことより、あなたも外に出なさい。もうこの教会に用はないから。
It's fine. I'm actually relieved that I get to sever ties with him once for all. You should get out of here too. You don't have any more business here. Tosaka cuts for the chapel without stopping and leaves the church. I sigh and follow Tosaka. But then, I sense something and turn around. I don't know when he caught up, but the priest is right behind me, looking down at me. What? You got something else to say to me? I'm talking big, but I take a step back. The priest scares the hell out of me. I don't know what it is. Maybe he just rubs me the wrong way. Whatever it is, I can't make myself like him. I'm going home if you got nothing. I head to the exit, trying to escape his stare. But at that moment...
喜べ少年。君の願いはようやく叶う。
Rejoice, Shonen. Her wish will finally come true. The priest speaks like it's some kind of divine oracle. Those words are they a reflection of my true feelings, his true intentions that I wasn't even aware of. What are you saying?
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪がいなければ君の望みは叶わない。たとえそれが君にとって容認し得ぬものであろうと、正義の味方には倒すべき悪が必要だ。
I'm sure you know already. Without an evil to fight, your wish will never be granted. Even if you don't want to admit it, a hero of justice requires a villain to defeat. Everything around me seems to go dark. The priest says, Shiro Emiya's greatest wish and his ugliest wish are two sides of the same coin. That's right, my wish is to protect something. Means that I'm also wish for something to protect people from. Why you? I would never wish for something like that. I don't even remember desiring that. A wish so unstable, that just means whatever I'm aspiring to is contradictory. Yet the priest brings it up. As is to say, good thing you have an enemy now.
何？取り繕うことはない。君の葛藤は人間としてとても正しい。
You needn't sugarcoat it. Your conflict is only natural for a human being. I try to shake off the priest's words and head outside.
さらばだ、エミヤシロ。
Farewell, Shiro Emiya.
最後の忠告になるが、帰り道には気をつけたまえ。
This will be my final warning. Be careful on your way home.
これより君の世界は一変する。
The world as you know it is about to change.
君は殺し、殺される側の人間になった。その身はすでにマスターなのだからな。
You will kill or be killed, for you are a master now. As soon as I leave, the weight on my shoulders seems to lift. It might be because I'm away from the priest, but also because I see Tosuka conspicuous in her uniform, and the blonde girl in a raincoat. The slightly mismatched sight of those two standing together released whatever pressures I felt. Saber is still silent. She looks at me and seems to want to know why I decided. Let's go. We're going in the same direction until we reach town. Tosuka starts walking, her pace brisk. Saber and I follow suit, and the three of us leave the church grounds. We walk down the hill. We haven't talked much on the way here, but there's even less conversation on the way back. Even someone as dull as me knows why. After I visited the church, I accepted my position as a master. That must be why Tosuka is keeping her distance. I get it, but I don't like the idea of seeing Tosuka in that light. Tosuka, how's your servant? Oh, if you're wondering, Archer's fine. The injury he sustained from Saber won't be easy to heal, so he won't materialize for a while, though. Does that mean he isn't by your side? Nope, he's cooped up in my house. He'd be at a disadvantage if he was ambushed by other servants, so I'm having him prepare by fight by recuperating somewhere safe. I see. Unlike my house, I'm sure Tosuka's house is well fortified against enemies. The mage's home is like a fortress. There's not much chance of defeating them there. Which means enemies tend not to try attacking them at home. The battlefield around her house just notifies us of intruders, but even having that makes a big difference. By the way, Tosuka, the priest mentioned he was one of the overseer of the Holy Grail of War. Does it mean he knows who your servant is? He shouldn't know. I never told him. I see. You guys seem to get along, but I thought you had.
あのね、ミヤ君。忠告しておくけど、自分のサーバントの正体は誰にも教えちゃダメよ。たとえ信用できる相手でも黙っておきなさい。そうでないと、早々に消えることになるから。
Emiya, I'm gonna give you a little advice. Never tell anybody your servant's identity. No matter how much you trust the other person, you should keep quiet. Otherwise, you'll end up dropping out early. Huh? What do you mean, Saber's identity?
だから。サーバントがどこの英雄かっていうことよ。
I'm talking about which hero your servant is.
いくら強いからって戦力を明かしてちゃいつか寝首をかかれるに決まってるでしょ。
No matter how
後でセーバーから新名を教えてもらいなさい。
No matter how strong they are, revealing their strength to others will just lead to a knife in the back. Just ask Saber her true name later.
そうすれば私の言ってることがわかる。けどちょっとタンマ。エミヤ君はあれだからいっそ教えてもらわない方がいいわね。
You'll understand when you learn about her. Actually, it might be better if she doesn't tell you because you're, you know. Why not?
エミヤ君隠し事できないもの。なら知らない方が秘密にできるじゃない？
You can't keep secrets. You might have the best chance of keeping the secret if you just don't know. What do you think I am? I can at least follow a strategy like that.
そう？じゃあ私に隠していることとかある？
Are you sure? Does that mean there's something else you're hiding from me? Something from hiding from you? Well, he'll have blush on my cheeks as he looks at me. I shouldn't feel guilty, but I wonder if secretly idolizing her even counts in this context.
ほら見なさい。何を隠しているか知らないけど、動揺が顔に出るようじゃ向いてないわ。
See, I don't know what it is, but your face tells me you're hiding something. That's why you're not fit for this.
あなたは他にいいところがあるんだから、駆け引きなんて考えるのはやめなさい。
There's plenty of other good things about you, so stop thinking of silly tactics like these. And what about you? To your mom about your servant, even to that priest, does that mean you don't trust him?
綺麗？まさか。私、あいつを信用するほどおめでたくないわ。あいつはね、教会から魔術協会にくら替えしたくせに、まだ教会に在籍している食わせ者なのよ。
Kirai,
その情報を他のマスターに売るぐらいはやりかねないわ。
Kirai, of course not. I'm not naive enough to trust him. He's a big hypocrite who switched sides from the church to the Mages Association, yet he still has a seat at the church. He'd spill it to the other masters the second he felt like it. Tosuka huffs, obviously annoyed. I guess Tosuka really doesn't trust that priest. I'm a little relieved, but at the same time, her tone of voice also conveys a sort of closeness with that priest. We cross the bridge. There's something else to talk about. Our frosty white breath hangs in the winter air. The faint sound of flowing water bubbles up from beneath the bridge where we walk in the streetlight's illumination. All of those small details etch themselves in my memory. Oddly, I don't think to look at Tosaka's face. Feels more like a rarity to be walking beside her like this than it does to see her face. Me, Tosaka, the girl called Saber, whom I know nothing. The three of us, without doing anything in particular, walk back to our homes. We reached the intersection. This is where we have to separate as our homes are in opposite directions.
ここでお別れね。義理は果たしたし、これ以上一緒にいると何かと面倒でしょ。きっぱり別れて、明日からは敵同士にならないと。
We should split up here. I've done my duty, and things would only get complicated if we stuck together any longer. We should part ways amicably, and tomorrow we become enemies. I think she's trying to bring closer to our ambiguous relationship. Tosaka starts talking, but suddenly cuts off. Then I realized something. She didn't explain the rules to me out of obligation. She was only trying to help me, as I knew absolutely nothing to make things fair for me. That's why the moment things have been explained, everything's go back to normal. All that's left for us to fight each other as masters. But that would make her last words to me strange. Tosaka must have meant that it would be hard to fight if she feels empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight was unnecessary. Things would be complicated if we stuck together any longer. If that's how she feels, then she shouldn't have gotten involved with me to begin with. It's fair enough to know that. But she helped me, even knowing that it would benefit her in any way. That's how I know she had no ulterior motives for doing what she did tonight. She did it purely out of the kindness of her heart. Tosaka is totally different now than she usually is at school. She starts to unfriendly at school, and that's putting it mildly, but seeing her right now, I want to ask why the hell she acts the way that she does at school. Honestly, the difference is on the level of fraud. But either way, Ren Tosaka is also exactly what everyone thinks she is. You know, you're a good person, Tosaka.
Huh? 何よ突然。おだてだって手は抜かないわよ。
Huh? Where did that come from? Flattery won't make me go on easy on you. I know that. She had to tell me it'd be a pain to be empathetic because she isn't going to go easy on me. I know, but I would rather not be enemies with you because I like people like you. I heard Tosaka's house is in the residential district for all the western houses, in the opposite direction of my house. She took care of me up until now, so I'd like to walk her home.
とにかくサーバントがやられたら迷わずさっきの教会に逃げ込みなさいよ。そうすれば命だけは助かるんだから。
Anyway, don't forget to run to that church the moment your servant is killed. You'll at least live if you do that. I'm not sure about that, but I'd still take your advice. Anyway, I don't think that'll happen since I'm likely to die before Saber. I've calmly assessed the situation. When Tosaka's reaction is once again puzzling. After that weary sigh, she glances at Saber.
いいわ。これ以上の忠告は本当に感情移入になっちゃうから言わない。
Fine, I won't warn you anymore. At this point, it really would just be an act of empathy.
気をつけなさい。いくらセイバーが優れているからって、マスターであるあなたがやられちゃったらそれまでなんだから。
Just be careful. Saber may be strong, but if it's all over for you, the master wind up dead. She turns around and starts walking. And yet, she stops dead in her tracks as if she's seen a ghost. Tosaka? The moment I call out to her, stinging pain shoots through my left hand.
お話は終わり?
Are you two done chatting? A young voice echoes in the night. A sing-song tone comes unmistakably from a young girl. My eyes are drawn to the top of the hill. I hadn't noticed the clouds parting. Now the brilliant moon illuminates the sky. And there... She's so tiny! A shadow looms. It's a strange shape that seems out of place in the darkened town. I'm not familiar with the word Tosaka whispers. I don't even need to ask. It's definitely a servant. It got an overwhelming aura of death that suppresses even enough fire from 10 years ago. Good evening, Nichan. This is the second time we've met. The girl smiles. Her innocence sends a chill up my spine. No, the chill goes deeper than that. It's not just my body, even my mind freezes. That thing is a monster. I'm not even looking into its eyes, but its intimidating presence paralyzes me. My instincts tell me I'm dead the instant I move. It feels like someone is pressing a knife against my exposed stomach. Rats, he's definitely in a different league. Well, all I managed to do is stand there, paralyzed. Tosaka is composed enough to brace herself. Even that seems futile. I can only see her back, but I can still sense her despair. Huh? Oh, your servant's resting. That's so fun. I thought I would get rid of you two at once. The young girl seems displeased as she stands at the top of the hill looking down on us. This is even worse. The girl knows that Tosaka's servant is not here. And then... the girl bows gracefully, which seems wildly out of place given the current mood. Nice to meet you, Rin. My name is Ilya. Perhaps you might recognize the name Ilias Viel von Einsburn better. Tosaka trembles slightly, seeming to recognize the name. The girl smiles, seemingly delighted by Tosaka's reaction. Then here we go. Kill them, Berserker. In a sing-song voice, the girl orders the monstrosity behind her. The giant jumps. In a single leap, this Berserker sails all the way from the top of the hill to its bottom where we stand. Shiro, get back. Saber surges forward. Her raincoat flutters off her shoulders, blocking my view for a moment. Saber runs towards where Berserker is about to land. Berserker lands, kicking up a small torrent of air in its wake. The two meet almost simultaneously. The very air shakes. Saber stops Berserker's rock-like sword with her invisible sword. Saber's mouth twists as he strains, and then... Berserker's giant sword moves in a flash, creating a whirlwind. Thunder. The clash of swords, almost tearing in the air, ends in Saber's defeat. I hear something skidding. Saber blocks Berserker's giant sword with her own, but the impact pushes her backwards. Saber buckles. The copper-skinned servant follows her. The monster swings its giant sword again and again, as if it knows how to do nothing else. Saber continues to block it with her sword, unable to dodge the strikes. Saber's sword being invisible doesn't matter. He needs to put all her strength into blocking his attacks or she's dead for sure. Saber's left with no choice but to remain undefensive. The only chance Saber has of winning is to find an opportunity to strike between Berserker's attacks. And yet, that's only if Berserker leaves her an opening. His massive black rock sword moves like a raging storm. He is enormous. Despite his size and unwieldy weapon, Berserker is faster than Saber. His unrelenting attacks just smash wherever in his way, that's all. But it's enough to be effective. As long as he retains his overwhelming speed and power, he really doesn't need technique. Humans devise technique to compensate for their own weakness. That giant, that monster, he has no weakness. Run! It's the only thing I managed to say. My body is completely frozen. That thing cannot be beaten. Saber is going to die. That's why she needs to run. It'd be easier if it was just her that needed to flee. Of course, she knows that perfectly well. Oh. That's not good. My body may be paralyzed, but my mind is still working. The raging storm of death simply won't let up. Saber retreats, unable to block it all. And then the final unblockable blow comes. Saber hangs in the air. Twisting her body impossibly, Saber manages to defend against Berserker's titanic swing. It's all she could do to defend herself from the fatal blow. But because she can't completely brace against the giant's tremendous swing, his attack sends her flying. After sailing in a wide arc, she falls to the ground. But before her back hits the ground, Saber turns in midair and lands on her feet. She manages to compose herself, but crimson blood strains her chest. I'm such an idiot. I've completely forgotten something crucial. I don't know how many times servants can fight in a day, but this is Saber's third battle. On top of that, Saber still hasn't healed from the wound Lancer inflicted on her chest earlier. Saber shifts her guard to protect her chest. Berserker moves in like a violent wind, striking at Saber while she's hampered by her wound. His blow rains down on her back. I don't know what kind of mage trap Tosuka used, but something burst against Berserker's body. And the amount of magical energy I could feel, the impact must have been equivalent to a large caliber pistol. Even that is meaningless. It barely even scratches him. He isn't nullifying magical energy like what Saber does. The attack just doesn't affect him. What? This guy's ridiculously durable. Despite that, Tosuka continues to cast her spell. Berserker just ignores Tosuka's spells and charges at Saber. Saber painfully lifts her head. She readies her sword, intent on continuing the fight. The sight of her in so much pain gets me moving again. No, run, Saber! I yell with all my might. She hears me. But she braces herself to confront an enemy she can't possibly compete with. Berserker's attacks are relentless. Saber weakens with every block. The end slowly creeps up on her. Where in that small frame of hers does so much power come from? Saber doesn't retreat. She endures the great sword's fierce attacks, and she tries to push Berserker back with sheer vigor. She has no chance of winning. Even though she knows her demise is inevitable, she holds her ground adamantly. Maybe it's said something from her. The monster, silent until now, suddenly roars. Its attacks are impossible to block. Its attack rains down on her, sending her through her defenses flawless. But one strike finally sent her flying. It's a sound of something falling in the distance. Fresh blood stains her armor. Her small frame shouldn't be able to rise, and yet... No. She stands up without thinking. Her action says that she needs to keep going or else I'll be killed. Her actions. I realized I made a foolish decision. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. It doesn't so much as look at Tosuka or me. It just waits for its master's orders. Haha, you can't win! My Berserker's the greatest hero of Greece! What? The greatest hero of Greece? Don't tell me he's... That's right, the demon before you is Heracles. He's the most atrocious monster ever and on a way different level than any of the heroes you could summon and handle. The girl calling herself Ilya narrows her eyes in joy. Her eyes express elation from the anticipation of finishing off her enemies. There's no need to ask who she is expecting to kill. Saber. Then what will I do? Am I gonna fight that monster instead? I can't do that. Just getting near that thing will be enough to stop my heart. I'm going to... take Tosuka and run. I'm gonna get away from this place. Saber can't win against that monster. If I let her keep fighting, she's dead. Then Tosuka, this way. I take Tosuka's hand and run. If that girl really is after us, she'll definitely give chase. That means Saber might live, and we might have a chance to survive if we could get somewhere where there are people. Wait, we can't just turn our backs on him. What? She shakes me off. And there's the flash. Tosuka moves in to protect my defenseless back. She takes the blow that had been meant for me. Tosuka. She turns it back toward her face towards me, and I see her pained expression. Red stains her lips, and she looks down almost curiously at the sword impaling her chest. Huh? What the hell was I thinking? Is that a question about her trying to protect me, or just taking Berserker's attack? Tosuka tilts her head, admitting that it had all been useless from the start.
教会綺麗なところに
The church. Go the Kirei. Almost the instant she's spoken those words, Berserker hurls her body to the ground. Ah. My body reacts before I can think. The dark giant looms over me. A monster throws Tosuka's body to the ground, and I seize the opportunity to run away. I flee desperately, like an animal jumping through a ring of fire.
逃げたかわいいねお兄ちゃんバーサーカーから逃げられると思えるなんて
Ooh, he's running away. Brother's so cute thinking he can run away from Berserker. I run. Tosuka's words echo in my head. The church. I need to run up the hill and reach the church. I'll go to the church and ask Kutamine for help. I need to do that, or else Tosuka will die, and Saber will die, and I won't be able to help either of them, and I'll die too. I feel a blow to my back, but it's not a sword. The giant's dozer blade hand strikes my back, sending me flying. Ah.
もうこの役立たず簡単に殺すなって言ったのにそんなこともできないの力だけの出来損ない今度私の言いつけを守れなかったら最後の一回になるまで殺すからね
You knucklehead, I told you not to kill him quickly. Can you not even do something as simple as that? You useless brute. If you disobey my orders again, I'll keep killing you until you're only left with your last life. Ah.
生きてるここまで吹き飛ばされたのにまだ生きてるの
Huh? He's alive? You threw him all that weight, he's still alive?
そう生きてるんだお兄ちゃん何の魔術も使えないようだけどマスターに選ばれる理由はあったみたいね
So, you're alive, brother. I may not have been able to use my mage... You might not be able to use any magecraft. I guess there's a reason you were still chosen as a master.
いいわそれぐらいじゃないと私も日本に来た意味がないもの
Fine, if you're not gonna put up a fight like this, then there was no point in me coming to Japan. Alright. I can't move. Calling the state I'm in alive would be a sort of an overstatement. Goner would be closer to the mark.
いいえ簡単には死なせないわあなたにはもっと傷ついてもらって今までの時間がどれだけ恵まれていたのか教えてあげるんだから
Nope, I'm not gonna let you die that easily. I need to hurt you more and teach you how wonderful your life was up until this point. A silver-haired girl holds my head down. Cold pale fingertips freeze my skull. I know somehow that I can't possibly go back to who I was before.
自分じゃ決して死ねない醜い人形にしてあげるお兄ちゃんは今日からキリツグの代わりになるの
I'm gonna turn you to an ugly doll that won't be able to die. You're gonna take Kiritsu's place from now on. I'm under the last bit of sense I have and I have to hope Saber and Tosuka are safe. Wild.
Konnichiwa! サクッと死んだあなたを一から鍛え直す夢のレスキューコーナータイガー道場師範藤村大河です
Hello, I'm Taiga Fujimura, the instructor for Tiger Dojo, a segment of the game that sweeps your sorry dead ass back up and gets you back on your feet. The segment of everyone's dreams.
本当はこんなところに出る必要なんてないけどお情けでタイガに付き合ってあげてるイリアです
Hi, Amelia, and there's really no need for me to even be here, but I'm doing it as a favor to Taiga.
弟子1号この道場では貴様の名称は弟子1号
Disciple number 1. Your name here in this dojo is Disciple number 1.
この私を吹き飛ばすなんて両刀取らしない恐るべし
Ouch, I can't believe you blew me away. That phantasmic tiger bamboo sword is something to be reckoned with. The tiger bamboo sword has been added to the weapons dictionary.
音しなかった？
Hey, did you just hear a weird sound?
別にしなかったけど、それよりタイガ、今回のテーマは何なの？
I didn't hear anything. Anyway, Taiga, what's today's theme?
うん。今回のテーマはバッドエンドについて。
We're gonna talk about bad ends today.
いきなりだけど、フェイトは油断イコール敗北と心得るように。
Let me get right to the point. Always keep in mind that in Fate, letting your guard down leads you only to defeat.
基本的にみんな容赦ないので、選択肢になったらセーブするのは常道よ。シローの日常は赤信号だらけのスクランブルってなもんなんだから。
There's no mercy in this game from anyone, so common sense says that you should save before you make a choice. After all, Shiro's life is like an intersection full of red lights.
お兄ちゃんたら好きだらけだからね。やっぱり私が守ってあげないとダメなんだから。
Yeah, Big Brother is so dense. I knew it. I need to protect him, says the one that got us killed.
その市内本当に痛いであります。もっと優しい市内にしてください。
Ouch, Mentor, that bamboo sword really hurts. You need to please use something gentler.
却下。愛情転じて殺人に至るようなちびっこは道場3周。キリキリ走れ。
Denied. A kiddo who kills out of love needs to run 3 laps around the dojo. Now get going.
疲れるの反対。
What? I hate doing things that wear me out.
トラスタンプが欲しくないのか。
Don't you want a tiger stamp?
分かったわ。
Sheesh. Sheesh, fine, I'm going.
さて、今回のシーンはあの最強ちびっこ相手に逃げようなんて思ったことよ。
Anyway, the cause of death this time was that he stupidly believed he can run away from that sinister kiddo.
あの子に会ったらもう倒すか倒されるかだけ。
When you meet her, you either defeat her or get defeated.
半端な選択は死を招くから気をつけなさい。
Being half-assed about it will get you killed, so be careful.
なんか道場の隅に猫がいるよ。
Tiger, there's a cat in the corner of the dojo.
尻尾踏んで追い返しなさい。
Step on its tail to drive it away.
あと、私を虎と呼ぶな。
Don't call me Tiger.
変な猫を追い返しました。
Okay, I drove the weird-looking cat away.
よろしい。では、今回はここまで。
Very good, then that concludes our lesson for today.
物語はまだ始まったばかり。この山場を乗り越えたら、ようやくマスターとしての戦いが始まるような、始まらないような。
The story's just begun. Once you get through this exciting part, your battles as a master will begin. Or not begin, or maybe?
どっちなのよ。
Which is it?
もうちょっと修行編かな。
Maybe the training segment continues just a bit more? Ah yes, an achievement for the Tiger Dojo. I refuse to abandon someone when they're down. That's how I've always lived my life, and most importantly, I can't leave the girl who fought so hard to protect me.
いいわよ、バーサーカー。そいつ再生するから、一撃で仕留めなさい。
Okay, Berserker, she's gonna regenerate, so take her out now. Berserker rumbles back into movement. Why you? I run forward as fast as I can. I can't possibly do anything against that monster, but the least I can do is get Saber out of the way and save her from Berserker's attack. I fell. Why? I was gonna shove Saber away from Berserker, then I figured out what to do afterwards, so why? Gah. Why? Why am I on the ground, unable to breathe? I hear surprised voices. First the Saber, who's in front of me now. Then there's Tosaka, standing at a distance looking aghast. Then for some reason, the girl calling herself Alia stares down at me, dumbfounded. Huh? There's a gaping ragged hole in the middle of my body. I'm on the ground. On the asphalt. There's only a little blood considering how big the wound is. I see some withered branch-looking things and some shattered stuff. And man, that looks painful. All those parts scattered around. Warning for chat. Ad starts in a minute. I get it. How dumb am I? So I didn't make it. I can never have pushed Saber away, so I was just her shield. And then that ungodly, huge, machete-looking thing took a good chunk out of my stomach. God, I can't believe I failed at a time like this. I tried my best to be a hero, just as I screwed it all up when it really mattered. Why? The silver-haired girl's face is blank as she speaks. After standing there dumbfounded, she just says, I've had enough. This is boring. She calls Berserker back without finishing Saber off.
次に会ったら殺すから。
Ren, I'll kill you the next time we meet. The girl leaves. After she disappears, I completely black out. I lose consciousness. I'm really dead this time. I somehow survived when Lancer killed me the last time, but my lives definitely run out. There's no magecraft that could save a person who just lost half his body. What were you thinking? Don't you know I can't save you anymore? I hear her voice reprimanding me. It must be Tosaka. She sounds like she's really mad and I feel bad. But I had no choice. I'm not good at everything like her. All I have to do is work. All I have to work with is my body. That's why. The only thing I could do was to risk it all use my own body. And we finally hit day 3, like an hour and a half after I was planning on ending it. Well, the ad literally just started, so... Wait, 2? Was there a Tiger Dojo here or something? Okay, there we go. Ad's done. Wasn't planning on ending this on an ad, but at the same time, I literally planned on ending it once I got through all that shit on 2. So, oops. At any rate, I'm not sure why I have 4 people all of a sudden, but thank you for popping in for 5 seconds of content. Have a good night.